You're listening to The Unexplained, a series on the strange occurrences that have been witnessed or have happened on the Bois Forte Reservation. Brought to you by KBFT, 89.9 FM, and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. On this episode of The Unexplained, Jane Villebrun tells KBFT's Chaz Wagner about a time she was driving near Four Corners trying to get home. It was late. She was sleepy and driving fast. When she turned the corner, hauling through the dark woods with sleepy passengers in tow, she saw something that made her stop.
And I woke up because there was a person standing in the middle of the road, and he had a real pretty blue shirt. And when I saw him, I looked down and I was going 90 miles an hour, and I was coming up to them corners, and I said, oh geez, I thought, 90? Oh, I didn't want to get home that bad. But, then, I was so tired. Well, that was it then. And it was later that I was talking to Uncle Bill and his wife Twyla at the time. I was telling him about that I saw that man standing in the road. And that man happened to have the same color shirt as they call him Swish. When he burned up in that house, that was the color shirt that he was wearing. And I'm thinking that, he showed up there to make me slow down. And I did slow down then. My hair was standing up in the back of my head like that. And I thought I gotta wake up, so I stopped and I pulled over. And I stood outside for a little while. That was enough to make me, get me home without falling asleep. So that was one of the ghost stories that I had. I got scared at that time, because I thought, who was that man standing in the road? What happened to him? When I got up to where he was standing, he was no longer there. But it was then that Bill and Twyla told me that was the same color shirt as Swish was wearing when they burnt up in that house.
That's not the only unexplained experience Jane has had. She says she has someone watching over her.
Before Earl moved away, him and his family were staying with me. And I woke up one night, and I woke up to the smell of cigarette smoke. We don't have no cigarette, no drinking, nothing in my house. But there was this strong cigarette smoke. And Buster used to smoke a big, long, brown cigarette, which was called Moore. He's the father of my children. And everybody knew him as Buster. I got up, went throughout the whole house. There was no smoke in the hallway, in the kitchen. But I went to my bedroom, and there it was just strong. It gets strong that you kind of get headachy like. Especially if you don't smoke, you smell cigarette, and it's not a good smell. That happened 2 or 3 times. I was cleaning the top of the stove, and I was home alone, in the house alone. I know that because nobody was around before that. I was washing that top of the stove like this, and I could feel the pressure of a hand moving down halfway down my arm, and then I thought, well, did one of them boys come in and I didn't hear? So I went through the house again. There was no one there. And there was another experience that I had there with, the actual feeling of that, the pressure of that on my shoulder down to mid-arm.
The Unexplained is brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
Welcome to Boys Fort 90. Boys Fort history in 90 seconds.
Austin Marcus is underneath the bucket and he ties it. 3 seconds left. Here comes Goggle Eye. Another miracle maybe. And he makes it
On Thursday, March 23rd, 2017, Boys Fort band member from Nett Lake, Minnesota, Cade Goggle Eye led the Northwoods Grizzlies to a second-place seat in the Class 1A Division semifinals at the Minnesota State High School Boys Basketball Tournament. This was largely due to his miraculous buzzer-beating win over Central Minnesota Christian. The Blue Jays tied the close game 51-51 with a layup and only 4 seconds remaining. With no timeouts, the Grizzlies attacked ferociously. Goggle Eye, the sophomore guard, banked a three-pointer from midcourt just as the buzzer sounded, giving the high school team located in Cook a 54-51 victory over the number 3 ranked Central Minnesota Christian High School in the Williams Arena in Minneapolis. The Grizzlies moved on to the final championship game against Minneapolis North, who were ranked number 1 in the state. The Northwoods Grizzlies team took home the second place trophy that year, thanks to Cade Goggle Eye's unbelievable shot. Boys Fort 90 is produced by KBFT Radio and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
You're listening to The Unexplained, a series on the strange occurrences that have been witnessed or have happened on the Boys Fort Reservation. Brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
Bonjour, Anin. Gagewanuk Indigenikaz. That means coming down the river early in the morning when there's fog across the river, like a wannabe sun, fog and mist.
Karen Drift is a Boys Fort elder, language teacher, and storyteller. KBFT's Chaz Wagner brought her into the studio so she could tell this story for the Unexplained series. It was told to her by her grandmother.
Gwejamig away Ginilgishik. Is that your name? No. Ginilgishik and Gi Gwejamig. Gita Atsu Ke Bangi. And Ngi Eyak Nigi Kido. Ngi Gwejamig away. Meusha Nigi Kido Nukomeso Gi Debajamon away. Buensi. Ngi Zegisi men away on Nini. Ngi me at to go bibun Ogi Bija Oma he came in the winter. He was almost like a cannibal. He he was hungry all the time. So she said that he kind of ate his fingers, Gimo away, a ninja ate his fingers. Any place he could reach, he said he would eat his skin, his flesh, when he could reach. And if he ran into somebody, that's what he would do to them, and give them all away. He would eat them. And she used to tell us, don't go out at night in the winter. Make sure you're in the house. And so we were kind of scared to go out in a winter time, because she said she's seen one herself. She said when she was a little kid that she said that he peeked in, and he didn't have no clothes or something, and she said she could see his bones, and as far as he could reach, where he could bite, that's where he would eat, and she said he liked especially little kids that were out late at night, and that's why she used to tell us we had to be quiet in the evening and just sit. So that's what we'd do in the winter's evening. We'd sit around, and they would tell us a bunch of stories about things that, good things and scary things, but I always liked that, especially in the winter time when it was so cold out and we couldn't go any place, but that 8 years old, maybe even older, because when you're that young, you remember. Some of the stories kind of stick to your head, in your head.
The Unexplained is brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. This is Native Fashion, a KBFT series about the tradition of regalia making and the people who do it.
My name is Panda Whiteman. I live here in Bois Forest. This is originally where my husband is from.
Tell me about the dress and the fabric that you're going to make here.
This material right here I wanted to use for my dress. So I already started my beadwork. So I wanted my dress to kind of be a little bit similar to a little bit of the beadwork I have on my leggings and my hair pieces. So I had requested a floral design material, and this is beautiful. I've never seen material like this before, and it's nice.
Can you describe it for me? Tell me what it looks like.
Well, it's gold and black sequined material. I think that this material here is going to be used along with the underlay of black solid material. So that's going to be my dress.
And tell me about the texture too, because it's not solid. It's more.
Oh no, this one is kind of, well, because there's sequins on here, it's kind of on a beige see-through material, but like I said, it's going to go on top of a black solid material, so it should show up nice. Yeah.
Tell me about the beadwork that you're working on for your regalia here.
Well, I started it a while ago. What I've done with my beadwork is I wanted a Ojibwe floral. So this dress will kind of be more of a simple, just a two-tone dress where I wanted to add a little bit of ribbons on it, which are or would be the same color as my beadwork. So
And your beadwork is going to be kind of this beige and black and gold color?
my beadwork has the floral design, so I'm hoping that my ribbons will be the same color as my beadwork because it's very colorful, which, should show up nice. I'm excited.
Is this your first time making a dress?
This is my first time actually helping with cutting the material and putting the pieces together. I haven't done that before, so this is new. My aunties usually made my dresses for me, so before I would draw them out for them and how I wanted it to look, and they would go ahead and design that themselves, So
Yeah.
yeah.
And then I understand you're making a dress for your daughter, too. Can you tell me about that dress and the material, too?
So this material here, they're kind of the same with the same ideas. So we had picked out floral designs. Her material is a gold satin with pink. She loves pink. She's total princess and likes all the pretty colors. So we decided for her dress to be, she wanted it pink. She had requested that. So same with her beadwork too. It's all, based around Ojibwe floral. So
This definitely looks like an Ojibwe floral design. And I was going to say, too, it almost looks like a Chinese dress, that kind of pattern.
Yeah, that same kind of motif. Yeah.
The colors those are really beautiful. And tell me what powwows are you going to be dancing at this summer?
Well, what I usually hope for every year is that we could finish our dresses, our outfits for. We usually travel back home. So.
And where is that?
I'm originally from Canada, so my home community is just right across the border. This right here is actually, going to make my mom very happy. This is one of the things that she really enjoys is watching, her grandkids and her kids dance. So.
And what's your daughter's name?
Carly. Yep.
Now, I understand she wanted a dress for her doll, too. Is that true?
Yes.
Are you gonna honor that request?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's a beautiful fabric. It's absolutely gorgeous. Native Fashion is produced by the Nett Lake Radio Project and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. You're listening to The Unexplained, a series on the strange occurrences that have been witnessed or have happened on the Bois Forte Reservation. Brought to you by KBFT, 89.9 FM, and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. Heart Warrior Chosa is originally from the Boundary Waters canoe area. She recently moved to Nett Lake. Her story in the Unexplained series is about things she's seen and felt after moving to the village, and something that happened to her after crossing a notorious bridge.
Ju Odeo get you the indigenous cause. Yeah, okay.
What do they call you in English?
Heart Warrior.
You want to tell us where you're from?
Boundary Waters Canoe Area, Basswood Lake. The unexplained is explainable. It's just that people they don't get taught about that. So, well, it did to my granddaughter when we first moved in. And she would see these, we were at Loretta's place, and she would see these dark balls toward the floor running around.
I've seen those.
Yeah. And then she had a dream where this traditional elder said, play this. He gave her a hand drum to pound. And he said, play that, and as she did, he got rid of them. Well, I did have an experience with little people, though. Yeah, I was, when you travel to the cities and you get past, you know where Sandstone is. Well, there's a bridge over called the Kettle River that you go over. And every time I went over that bridge, my car would break down. I'd have to go into Sandstone to get help, and I'd get helped right away. And it happened enough times that I thought, God, something's got to be going on here. Why am I being stopped here all the time? I got home from one of those trips, and I made it home, and I was living in Ely, and I was washing dishes at my sink, and something was pinching my ear really hard. And I couldn't see anything, though, but I could feel it pinching my ear. And who did I talk to? Oh, Sunrise's father. He's had a lot of experience with that, my youngest son's father. I called him, told him about that, and he said, those are the little people. Those are the little people. Put a dish out. And then after that, I talked to an elder that's near the Hinckley turnoff there, those elders in there. And he said, the little people own that river, and you have to put tobacco. Every time you go over that river, you have to put tobacco there. And so when Malcolm first told me, those are the little people, put a dish out for them, so I did. Then they went away, but then the other elder told me, every time you go over that bridge, always put tobacco there. And so, the Indians used to always be aware of other things, where the dominant culture is not aware of that. They're in their tunnel. I could always see what little people were doing, but I couldn't see them, Just like that one that appeared to me when I was little. I could feel him, but I couldn't see him. And some people can see things. I can smell things too. And so I can really smell and feel things with my tactile senses, my hands and stuff. And another one that I had was I was making my Peter Pan set. I made 11 sets and 52 dolls that went with that and other things. And I got to the part where I had to make the rainbow dragon. There's a dragon who's guardian of the mineral kingdom, and I had all the different types of special rocks, and he had those in his cave. And so I had to make a dragon. And I thought, how am I going to make a dragon? What's he going to look like, And so I was driving, it was in the wintertime, and I was driving down the street in my van, and I think Sunrise was sitting next to me there. And we were driving down the street, and all of a sudden I could feel this little warm dragon in my hands. I was feeling him, his body, how he was shaped and everything. And then when I got home, I made the dragon. He just came into being like what I had felt.
It's unexplained.
The Unexplained is brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
It's unexplained.
This is Native Fashion, a KBFT series about the tradition of regalia making and the people who do it. Tell me your name and tell me what you're going to be making.
I'm Madison Spears and I'm making a jingle dress.
Tell me, is this your first time making one?
Yes.
Do you think it's going to be easy?
I think it's going to be a little complicated but fun.
Have you picked out the material that you're going to use to make the dress?
Yeah.
Okay, can you show it to me and tell me what it looks like?
It has a orange flowers and then an orange pattern with triangles on it.
Why did you pick those colors? Why did you pick those patterns?
I didn't pick them out.
Oh, you didn't? Yeah. But they look really pretty. And which one is going to be? Now, tell me about how making the dress is going to work. Like, is that going to be the top or?
That's going to be the top, and then it's going to go a little more down on like towards my stomach again, and then the rest is going to be the orange triangle color.
Those are beautiful colors. And then where do the jingles where do they get sewn on?
Oh, well, they go down I don't know how to explain it.
Do they go on the bottom of your dress or on the where like below the waist?
Like below the waist.
And how many are going to be sewn on altogether?
I don't know yet.
No, you don't know yet. Great. Well, it looks like a beautiful dress. I can't wait to see it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Native Fashion is produced by the Nett Lake Radio Project and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
You are listening to KBFT, Minnesota Artist Profiles, a series featuring artists and musicians of Minnesota. Brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. Delina White is a native apparel fashion designer, jewelry maker, and beadwork artist from the Leech Lake Band of Ojibwe in Minnesota.
Bonjour, Wishishinabeg. Bakabio Sequin de Jenikaz. Makwan in Dudem, Gazagisqua Jamaica Gandunjiba, Anigam Inda. My English name is Delina White, and I live on the Leech Lake Reservation in the traditional village of Anigam. I'm a native apparel fashion designer, indigenous materials jewelry maker, and beadwork artist. I began to make beadwork at the age of 6 years old from my grandmother Maggie King, who was a master beadwork artist, but who would never consider herself that. She was a humble and loving grandmother, and she has had the greatest influence on my life when it comes to philosophy, cultural heritage, all of my teachings, including art and beadwork and my beadwork style. I learned to create functional art, such as apparel and accessories that include moccasins, bags, and garments, using our traditional methods and designs reflective of natural surroundings of the woodlands and the Great Lakes area. I've recently began to specialize in creating my own fabric taken from photographs of the beadwork that I have made. And from the fabric, then I make contemporary style clothing. I believe that my work balances between traditional and contemporary materials and designs, but always based in the foundation of the lifeways of our original people of the Great Lakes and woodland areas. I have jumped the job track in 2014 and was given a major award from the Minnesota State Arts Board to do something with my artwork, and I decided to do a 7-gallery tour of the Great Lakes woodland traditional ribbon skirts. And I did that with my 2 daughters, Lavender and Sage, and since 2018 I have been working as a solo artist, designing and sewing apparel and accessories that includes indigenous materials, jewelry, bags, and scarves mainly.
Have you received any awards?
I have received several awards. The first one that I received was a Bush Foundation Fellowship for Traditional Functional Art for my beadwork. And that one was quite moving because it was the first large award that I had ever received, and my mother had recently passed away, and I was kind of sad that she wasn't able to be here in the physical world to enjoy that recognition with me. Most recently, I've received several awards from the Jerome Foundation, from the United States Artists Fellowship, from the Art Place, from the Five Wings Arts Council, the Native Arts and Cultures Foundation, and some a master award too from the Five Wings Arts Council. I'm really proud of those achievements.
What are some of the challenges you see being an artist?
And I think that with all artists that we are our biggest critics. It's really hard for me to make decisions on different colors and different styles, what design to use, what to add and what to take out, because everything I think is so beautiful, and about the color combinations and fabrics and textures. And so I know now that why when you see fashion designers coming out with the collection that they all kind of look very similar, but there's a little bit things that are different. And I'm thinking that's because they couldn't make up their mind either. That they thought, oh, this looks nice, let's go ahead and do that. Oh, and then this looks nice, so let's do that too. So it's about doing everything that comes to your mind in your creative process. So that's one of the greatest challenges, is to stop second guessing myself and just, produce the things that make me happy. It takes up a lot of time to make a decision. So I work very well under pressure because I'm like, I got a deadline to meet. I'm just going to go ahead and do this and let's make it work. Another thing I think is pricing your artwork. And that is just kind of a trial and error kind of thing. Start someplace, see how it works, see, if you're selling to the level that you need to sell to cover your expenses, which is what we all hope to do. And there's two pricing strategies I've learned. One of them is to price low and sell a whole lot of it. Another one is to price high and sell just very little of it. So it's up to you on how you want to put your artwork out there and how you want it to be perceived. So that's another challenge is pricing, and that just kind of takes some time to check out the market and see, how it works. Another one is, how do we pay ourselves for the services when we're doing service type of art? And that would be like a musician, or for me, it's styling, it's putting together a photo shoot, it's doing a production. It's those types of service things that it's like, okay, how do I decide how I'm going to pay myself? I know that as artists, we really find it rewarding to do and work within the area, the genre, the field, the medium, and the art that we create, the final product. It's like, it was such a challenge for me. It was grueling. It was really, blood, sweat, and tears to get this done. But now that I'm done, I can really step back and kind of appreciate what I've put into it. And hopefully we can do that, because I know that it's hard for me a lot of times to really appreciate my work. It's like, I don't like it, but we'll see where it goes. So that's a challenge. How do we pay ourselves? And it's really difficult for us, I know, as artists to actually sell our work and to sell our skills and our expertise, because, as Native people, we want to give everything away too.
Where can we find you and your art?
You can find me on Facebook, and I'm under my name, Delina White. You can look at my website. It is IamAnishinaabe.com. And I would really, really love it if you would follow me on Instagram. And you can look me up under my name, Delina White, or you can go directly to my page at Anishinaabe Kwe Neen.
Is there anything you'd like to say to future artists?
What I want to say is just to encourage the community, because I know that we have so many artists in our community, whether they be technical artists for lighting and staging and producing music, being musicians and being filmmakers, being models and designers. We have so many people who are sewing their own clothes now and making beautiful skirts for themselves to wear on a daily basis and for special occasions, is to really hone in on your work and to do outstanding creative things that you have in your mind, and to just take the risk and do it. And if you're considering starting a business with your art, I really encourage you to do that. And the most important thing is to just get started. Start your process about finding which genre fits best for you and to work on your original creative ideas. Yeah, the most important thing is to get started. It's so scary. It's a risk to put your work out into the public because you don't know how it's going to be received, but I can tell you that somebody is going to love it. You're going to get your naysayers and people who don't like the work that you do, but that's okay because we all have our different likes and dislikes and our different opinions, and we just keep going forward with the things that make us happy.
Is there anything else you would like to add?
Some words of encouragement is to just be kind to one another. And I know that we all are. So I just want to give you praise for being who you are as an individual and to take time out for yourself, to take care of yourself. And I want to say miigwech for listening to me today and keep listening to KBFT Radio. We're so honored and privileged to be able to have our own radio station. Miigwech bisandawieg.
Thank you for listening to Minnesota Artist Profiles, brought to you by KBFT and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
This is Native Fashion, a KBFT series about the tradition of regalia making and the people who do it.
Bonjour, I'm Michelle Reed from Lac du Flambeau, Wisconsin, and I live in Upper Michigan. Started sewing and beading when I was about 7, and then about maybe 15 years ago I started doing more like machine sewing. And from there, I learned a lot about applique, about pattern making, and different outfit stuff.
Who taught you how to do regalia?
My mom taught us how to sew and bead, and then my younger sister, Summer, actually taught me how to make applique and dance outfits with, all on the sewing machine. You were an instructor here for the Nett Lake regalia making classes. Can you just tell us what projects you helped with? Tonight we actually did a basic applique class and everybody made their own medallions. In the last couple of days we also did pattern making for moccasins, leggings. We did a couple of jingle dress patterns. How many years have you been instructing? I've been instructing for about 35 years. When we were growing up, our mom did a lot of classes, all different types of stuff. So all 4 of us kids would go and help her teach the classes. So that's how I learned. And she still does some classes. And one of my sisters does college level outfit making classes. And then my other sister does women's groups where she teaches. So all of us do that type of work. I'd say my favorite thing about teaching is just like what I love about outfit making is actually seeing when the product is done. The excitement of, the people who are making the items, and then when they actually see the finished product and realize how easy it really is to do that, they actually were able to make something. Yeah, that's probably the most exciting thing for me. How many outfits do you figure you've made? I could not even say. Honestly, I have no idea. Definitely hundreds, but I couldn't tell you how many. Now, your outfit is just amazing. Like, it's like beautiful, like beyond words. Can you talk a little bit about your outfit? I have many outfits. I have about 15 outfits, but I'd say my favorite beadwork is definitely my floral contemporary beadwork. And my sister, who taught me how to sew, is the one who started that original design. She drew and painted the florals for me and gave me that set for Christmas. And then I took it from there and started beading those florals. I decided to go with like a faded fire colored background because most beadwork is, has a simple single color background, and that's what my other sets are. But for this one, I just wanted to do something totally different, totally, contemporary, stand out, and that's what I came up with. So right now, I'm actually in the process of having a friend of mine be a matching one for my daughter.
Yeah, you're very busy doing regalia. And what else do you do?
I also do native dance fitness, which is a way to get in shape and also learn like powwow dances, learn the stops. A lot of people say that there's no other way to build your endurance for powwow dancing besides powwow dancing, and I really believe that's true. You know, a lot of people, they run, they lift, they do a lot of other things, but until you know, dance those song after song and practice that way, you won't know how good your endurance is. And of course, kids especially, they really need that. Whether they're dancers or not, they really need a fun way to get in shape and something, you know, that they're excited about doing. Something else I do is my dance troupe, which is Woodland Sky. We include powwow stories, and also, you know, some storytelling through the different dances that we do.
And you also do shows with Brûlé.
Oh, yes, I also dance with Brûlé, which is definitely an amazing thing that I started doing a couple of years ago. Brûlé is very well known for their music. It's not powwow music, but it definitely has an amazing story behind it. So when I dance with them, I definitely love the way it speaks to all people, not just Native people. So it's been an opportunity to travel and I think bring our culture to many people. The biggest advice I can give to people who want to do this full time is to take a business class, learn about business, because art is an amazing way to pay the bills, but you have to know how to make the money, not just make the product. So that's definitely my advice for upcoming outfit makers.
Thanks for coming up here and sharing your knowledge with the community. Miigwech.
Miigwech. It's been an honor.
Native Fashion is produced by the Nett Lake Radio Project and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
You are listening to KBFT, Minnesota Artist Profiles, a series featuring artists and musicians of Minnesota, brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. Mary Villard is a self-taught visual artist from Duluth, Minnesota, who works in a variety of artistic mediums, including painting, illustrations, portraits, and murals. She's also a community organizer, curator, and an arts educator.
Bonjour, my name is Mary Villiard. I'm a visual artist based in Duluth, Minnesota. Originally from the Fond du Lac Reservation. I'm a direct descendant on my dad's side from there. And then my mom is enrolled in a Delaware Lenape tribe in Canada. So I've got direct descendant status there as well, but I don't know as much about that history or that side of my family. Yeah, and I do, like I said, visual artwork. I've kind of traversed a lot of different mediums since I started working professionally as an artist. My background, I think, at its core is originally painting, so doing acrylic painting and a little bit of oil painting. I'm really drawn to surreal, sort of dreamlike imagery, and also a little bit, I guess, into the woodland style of work. I think that's definitely been an influence, even if it's not as obvious in my work. And then I also do portraits. And I guess in more recent time, I've been trying to merge those two styles together in a way that's cohesive and explores a lot of just, I use my personal painting practice just to explore inner turmoil and inner joy and just the different thoughts that I have, which is a very vague way of putting my artwork, but yeah. And then I also do, I guess more recently, I've gotten into doing murals and public art, community engaged artwork, where lots of different people in the public are helping me create a piece. And then most recently, I got into animation with Jonathan Thunder as kind of a mentor on that end of things. So I'm excited to kind of move from my sort of what they would call traditional art, painting and fine art and things like that, moving from still images to moving images and keeping my style and also seeing how it changes in that way. I think like a common thread in my artwork, because I've really worked across all different mediums. I think the thing that ties all of the work I've done together is my use of color. I really love oranges and purples. I really love vibrancy and stuff that I think is in contrast to some of the more neutral shades and tones in our cities specifically, but also a little bit in the landscape.
How long have you been creating your art?
I think I had my start as an artist around the time I moved to Duluth, kind of in my late teens. I had my first art show at the American Indian Center, the American Indian Community Housing Organization, back when they had first opened their doors in the Gamaji building. And I always tell the story of we were all very new to the world of galleries and exhibitions. ACO, as their acronym is, they essentially connected with me as this young artist who'd never done a show, and I did a duo show, a show with Rocky Makes Room for Them, who's a Lakota artist who was working at ACO at the time. And, he asked me if I had enough art for a show, and I was like, totally, yeah. And I was super excited to do a show in the big city of Duluth, Minnesota, having grown up in little old Cloquet. And so I dropped off all of my artwork, 50 plus just random loose sketches and paintings that I've been working on. And I dropped them off at ACO a couple days before the actual show opening. And in my head, I figured, galleries have money. They just frame things and make things look nice for you and do the entire show for you, and you just show up. And so that's not how it works, long story short. But ACO was kind enough to frame all of those pieces of work. And from there, that was my first body of ready to hang artwork that I was able to bring to a bunch of other exhibitions. And that's kind of how I got my start. And that was back in 2012, or maybe 2013, somewhere around there. I ended up going back and working for ACO after graduating college. And around that time, I'd made a goal that I was going to do something artistic basically every month for the rest of my life. And I kept on it. I got into probably over 150 shows after that, kind of a mix of both group and solo shows. I've done curation, and also, the deviations into public art and workshops and stuff like that. So it's been almost 10 years of being a professional, quote-unquote, artist.
Have you received any awards?
I had a big year for awards, I think, in 2019. I got a couple different community awards just for, I think, the combination of my art branching into, social justice work. I got a NAACP Take a Stand for the Revolution Award and the 20 Under 40 for the Duluth News Tribune, and just a bunch of other stuff. So it was really cool being recognized that year. And that was the year I was really just starting to get into public art. With my public art, I like to do land acknowledgement stuff. I like to look at what's missing in the community and bringing it to light. And obviously in a lot of places, there's not really authentic artwork that incorporates Indigenous perspectives or stories, even though that's, the larger history of all the places that we live in right now, including Duluth. And so my work as kind of an activist and artist has been to kind of open up spaces for other Native artists to just make work and be visible and hopefully create work that's going to be leave a positive impression for future generations. I really like collaborating in my work, so some of the artists I've worked with kind of frequently or as of late for murals are Michelle Defoe, who's a Red Cliff artist, and she's helping me with the Chief Buffalo project that we're trying to get finished this summer in Duluth. And then also Carla Hamilton, She's a painter, kind of an abstract painter who's been assisting me in a lot of murals.
What is the greatest thing about being an artist?
That work I get to do with the youth, I think. There was a moment I got to do a large-scale projected animation for Illuminate the Lock down in the Twin Cities, and that was with help from All My Relations and Northern Lights and a lot of other sponsors. And in that piece, I was kind of tasked with creating a moving animation that would be projected on like this 400-foot surface, of a wall right by the river. And that was a really cool collaborative opportunity. I recorded an elder, Millie Richard, and asked her to address some of the issues around murdered and missing Indigenous women, and to just speak to the issue. And also I reached out to Liz Jacala and gave her kind of the same prompt, thinking about these women and also this issue, and also just the resilience of women in our community, what kind of messaging would she want to put out there. And I combined those two pieces and then did animations sort of around what each of them shared. And that was super rewarding. I think anything collaborative is also, is really rewarding. But then there was a moment where during the projection that was on this huge surface, I'd had little mini projections that were maybe 10 foot by 10 foot pieces, and just seeing little kids engaging with the artwork. There was a little kid who was trying to chase this animation of a loon that I had drawn in the mini projection, and he just kept trying to catch the loon on the wall, and I just thought it was so cool watching a kid just be immersed in the artwork and to be playing with this character that kind of came out of my head, and also out of inspiration in life. So that's been rewarding, and I think everything's rewarding. I also think that I've always thought about maybe a career in politics or something a little bit more official for my life, but then I stepped back and I realized that being an artist allows me to do things like influence policy and reach the masses, and educate people on different issues and engage with the community and make change in all these different ways. And I can just do that as an artist without the hassle of looking a certain way or talking a certain way. I can just be holy and, not holy, but holy with a W, myself. And I don't have to worry about how I talk. I can just talk and ramble like this interview. And that's just part of it. And so I think that's been the most rewarding piece, is just realizing that I can do what a lot of other people are doing in their roles and do it through art.
What influences your art?
Growing up, I saw a lot of Karen Savage Blues artwork around the clinic, and I think her kind of dreamy surreal style early on was pretty influential for me. And then, more notable artists I'm influenced by are Salvador Dali, of course. It's kind of the king of the surrealists. Jonathan Thunder was also an influence growing up. So it was always really interesting to me as a kid. And I didn't really notice it until later, but it was interesting to me that so many Native artists also were kind of in that vein of doing surrealism and doing surreal artwork. And I always thought that was really cool.
Do you have encouraging words for future artists?
For anybody interested in getting into art or music or any kind of creativity, I feel I guess I'll offer the reminder that art is kind of it is a safe space. It's a space, and I think there's so much that I teach in workshops sometimes with kids and sometimes adults about how through art you can become really aware of your coping mechanisms or your style of dealing with stress, because sometimes the creative process, especially if you're an adult, can be really frustrating and stuff won't look like you want it to look all the time, especially if you haven't practiced very much. And And I just like to remind people that like it's okay to be in your body in those moments, and to remind yourself that that's a safe space to experience this other side of yourself. And the cool thing about it is there's no consequence if you mess up a painting. There's not really a consequence to, I don't know, putting too much paint on a piece. Like there's always a way to rework things and make them into new artwork or into different artwork than you initially envisioned. So I guess I always encourage people to embrace the frustration that sometimes might come with art at first, because it usually turns out.
Where can we find more information on you?
I guess if you wanted to find more information on me, I have a really weird name. It's spelled Moira, but none of the vowels are pronounced. So, again, I'm Miri Villiard. You can find more of my stuff on art@moira.com. And then also on Facebook, you can find me posting on my personal page, and I have an actual Facebook page too for my artwork, but it's not as active. And you can also just Google me if the name thing is confusing.
Thank you for listening to Minnesota Artist Profiles, brought to you by KBFT and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. You're listening to a series about outdoor activities from ricing to survival skills from a Bois Forte perspective.
Troy King.
And what do you do?
Conservation Officer for the Bois Forte DNR Bois Forte Reservation.
How long have you been working?
I'm on my second year, but I worked 5 years prior in the early 2000s.
Do you have a background in conservation or hunting up on the res here?
I have served as a conservation committee member, also as an officer. We're advisors to the committee, and I have hunted most of my life out here at Bois Forte.
Is hunting a big deal in Minnesota? Do people living on the Bois Forte reservation share the same enthusiasm?
I'd say it's a huge deal throughout the state of Minnesota. Reservation is a little different. More of it's hunting for food, and it's a taught process through families down the years.
What kind of hunting happens mostly on the res?
I'd say deer is the biggest for band members. When the rice is good, duck hunting is pretty popular as a guided hunting. Used to have most seasons that not too many partake in that. With the population being down, we've had to close that season for approximately 4 years.
Is most of the hunting done on the reservation for sport or subsistence?
I would say the deer and animals such as that are for the subsistence. The guided is a little bit more sport for the non-band member hunters that come in and do those seasons.
Is there such a thing as traditional hunting?
Yes, there is, or was. More to the point was. You had to support your family with like deer meat all year. That's an easier, bigger animal to feed your family or your community. We've had seasons for several years just to give us an opportunity to monitor what people are doing if they're not doing it for subsistence. If it's a little more sport for them, it's nice to limit. And it also helps us watch for any waste that may happen. We are in the process of trying to bring back some of the traditional values with the assistance of 1854 and in our communities to have training sessions or just community gatherings to show what used to be done, talk about older stories, how people used to have to store food just to make sure they could have food at later dates in case they couldn't get anything. So some of that's going to be good to get back and have the community get into that.
How different is hunting on the reservation versus off?
Well, the seasons are different. Our numbers are voted on every year They can adjust according to what we feel the population is. Our rules are a little more lax than the stateside. The areas are different and it's smaller, so they have to utilize what they can. The areas that we hunt, and that's why some do go to 1854 and hunt that ceded territory, just because there is a larger area to cover.
Do you know of any of the numbers? Is it greater hunting on the reservation than off the reservation per band members?
I'd say a majority of them do hunt the reservation more than they do 1854. Some like to. The ones that do a lot of hunting in 1854 is because their significant other, wife, husband, however, have an opportunity to hunt with them out in the state, whereas they wouldn't be able to on the reservation.
Boys Fort Outdoor is produced by KBFT with support from the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. Welcome to KBFT's live community powwow broadcast, a live broadcast series piece that took place during the Nett Lake and Lake Vermilion powwows in 2021.
Akoe gui wize sindego o jibwe mung bi shonen do dam mi ema nagacho nang indung chiba kwaba igining inda nungum minoa indeji gikenemigo Ricky Defoe mino gishkat nungum nimigo chiwendam gai shayan oma asabe kone sagai gining nimi iding nungum. Just wanted to say I'm glad to be here at the Nett Lake powwow. My name is Gui Uzans in Ojibwe, and I belong to the Lynx clan. I reside in Sawyer. I'm from Fond du Lac. Belong to their band there, and I'm also known as Ricky Defoe in English. Since I come into the powwow circle, it seems like it's only been 25 or 30 years, but I've been around the big drum and things and the drum. And earlier on, so I was had the foundation was around the big drum and the use of tobacco in the songs and our language and things as a boy in Sawyer. And then as time moved on and I grew older, and then I got familiarized with the powwow trail. And I think much of the same things, this holistic approach to not only being in relationship with one another here in a community setting, the sound of the drum, the prayers that go up, the offering of the tobacco, all this holistic way of relating to the worldview, I think is really something special, because there's so much healing that needs to take place, and in the circle really some miraculous things happen. So this is my experience. I mean, people get relief from everyday's burdens and troubles and oppression, and they can relax here and laugh with friends and eat and dance and listen to some beautiful music and be around beautiful people. We have a good day to do that today, so these are much needed. I think there's, to be in balance, I think is what it's all about. Not only to be in balance, but to be in harmony with not only in family, but the community, and also the natural world, the animals, the birds, the flyers, the walkers, the crawlers, and the swimmers. And then we have to be centered. And I think the powwow does that in a social setting. So there's no pressure on an individual to know everything there is about a ceremony and things.
Harvey Jordan. I live and work in Red Lake, Minnesota. The significance of the powwow to Anishinaabe people is that we're all intrinsically connected. Like everything that you see, like the sky, Mother Earth, the lake, the water, the stars, the sun, the moon. Everything is all connected. The four-leggeds and the ones that swim in the water, the ones that live underneath the earth too, like animals that hibernate and stuff like that. So the powwow is like a celebration of life. Set up a drum and sing and dance, put on your regalia. What I was told is that when you do these kind of things, you're supposed to do it with that heart and that mindset, And that's basically what I try to do, I came here to help out a traditional drum,
My name is Gordon Jourdain. I grew up in the community of Lac La Croix, and I currently live in northern Minnesota. Well, traditionally we have we would use different. At least where I come from, and I mentioned earlier, I grew up in Lac La Croix, and it was an extremely traditional place, and I didn't realize how traditional it was because I just took it for granted that everybody grew up this way, and unfortunately for contemporary reasons our modern Anishinaabe probably have really long memories about what that is, and unfortunately some of us tend to lose those kinds of teachings. But traditionally there would be like a sema, of course, and bagichigan. The thing is bagichiganan, anokajigan, and gegu mijim. Those four things were essential at the time to give to people that came to the communities, and you treated them with that like better than any other hierarchy of governance long time ago. Anishinaabe were like very, very respectful of one another. One of my uncles, and he's still alive today, taught me the word biwide. Why that name is used for people that come and visit the communities from outlying communities. They come, even though they're strangers, they're called biwide because they carry a piece of the Creator's heart.
Thank you for listening to KBFT Live Community Broadcast Powwow Series, brought to you by KBFT and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
Welcome to Powwow the Dance, a program that explores the cultural and traditional powwow songs of the Boys Fort Band of Chippewa.
I'm Linda Tibbetts-Bardo, and everybody knows me by Toodles. My Anishinaabe name is Niju Gabuikwe. My regalia is a jingle dress. This dress was given to me by one of my older sisters, but it was also given to me in a dream. There's a pretty good story behind this dress. A young lady had passed on, and her mom was told to make this dress, have a person wear it and dance in it. Every time she asked anybody to help her do it, they wouldn't help her. My older sister Elaine told her she'd help her make it, and both my sister Elaine and Fern Isham put the dress together. They are the ones who made it, and gave it to the mother, and she was to find somebody to wear it so that they would dance in it for 4 years to help her healing with the loss of her daughter. My sister Elaine stepped up and said that she would wear the dress. In the dream, I was given a blue and white dress, and I just happened to be sitting down talking with my sister about it, and she said, "Here, she said, I can't dance for this anymore. She said, here's a blue and white dress that you were given in your dream. And she said, you can have this dress, but also remember that you're dancing for this young lady and for her mother's healing when you dance. And knowing the story about the jingle dress and understanding the significance of the jingle dress out in the circle, that those of us who wear a jingle dress bring that healing into the circle. And so every time I go into the circle, that's what I do. I bring in the healing. I offer prayers for people that I know who need healing, even sometimes for my own family. And that's the significance of the regalia that I dance in and that I wear. But I was young when I started dancing here, where the senior assisted living building is right there, is where we used to have our powwows.
Okay.
And it was the old Ball Diamond. And that's where I started my dancing.
Okay.
And I danced to jingle dress then when I was young. I remember, them going in and having the powwows in there, and the older people, some of them I remember names of, some of them I don't. For myself, the way I remember it, I can remember being out and all of a sudden just hearing the ladies' dresses, the jingle dresses, and I knew that there was going to be a powwow. Mom and them would, take us up there for a short time. And the only thing that I would say that has changed is that they've gone to, we've brought in the fancy shawl dancing. I don't remember that as a young girl. There was the grass dancing. I don't remember the double bustle fancy grass dance. I remember the men's traditional. I never ever remember a competition powwow. And that was all new to me as well when I moved back. It was more a social gathering that I remember. We weren't allowed to practice, the ceremonial powwows out in the open or anything like that. We did not get the right to practice our traditional ways until 1978. Now we can do it. We can practice it, and that's great because it's bringing back a lot of strong identity for a lot of our people.
Powwow the Dance is a production of the Nett Lake Radio Project, made possible by the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund and the citizens of Minnesota.
This is a special segment about Native American film and media for KBFT Radio on the Bois Forte Reservation. Sit back and enjoy the listen.
My name is Beverly Steele, and I'm from Nett Lake here on the Bois Forte Reservation. I've lived here all my life, and I'm an elder. I liked the film about the little boy that was getting his regalia and in his interaction with his grandpa. Yeah, the waboos. Yeah, that was it. I think it's so important for kids to interact with their elders in the family, and I like how the grandpa was teaching the little boy things, So it had a lot of messages in it. I would kind of like to see a film, and I haven't seen any, but there maybe are some out there about what our ancestors went through, like. Especially like the boarding school. My grandma used to tell us about it, that she was in boarding school and that she ran away, and had to walk through the woods. And, I don't know if I could ever do that, She left the boarding school, and how they, they cut their hair and couldn't speak their language, It's just kind of heartbreaking when you think about it, how, back in the day, that's all they could talk, and if they couldn't relate in their own language, it would be, I probably would run away, run away too. I did like the singing by Liz Jockala. I just love her voice and her singing and her messages, and her songs. And then I liked the parts too about I never got to go out to the pipeline North Dakota there where they
Standing Rock.
Yeah, Standing Rock. I never got to go there, but I kind of would have liked to go, support the people in their endeavor there. Yeah, it's kind of cool how they all come together, each tribe. They had so many different tribes there, and I think that's so but that's how Indians are, when push comes to shove, they're right there. There's so many, I don't know. I don't know if I do have a favorite at all, but it was about when they killed Jesus and put him on the cross. That is so Passion of the Christ. That's it. Because it's just so heart-wrenching, more than any other movie that I've seen, It really brings a message of the cross. And so, yeah, that's my favorite. I just like going to these things that you have on here. I think you're doing a really good job of bringing people in, and it's kind of sad that we didn't have very many people last night, but it was enjoyable for the ones of us that did go.
Thanks for tuning in to our special series about Native American film. This story was brought to you by the Nett Lake Radio Project and the Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund of Minnesota.
You are listening to KBFT, Minnesota Artist Profiles, a series featuring artists and musicians of Minnesota, brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. Michael Lyons is an artist, musician, and puppeteer from Bemidji, Minnesota. He is most famous for his Ojibwe podcast, Buju Nanabuju, where he utilizes Ojibwe-speaking puppets as well as music to teach Ojibwe language and culture.
I am Nanabuju, and with me in the studio today, once again, the lovely and the talented Natasha Ikadon Buju Inimushain. Say hello, my sweetheart.
Hello, everybody.
And today, our artist profile interview. Sweetie, who did you interview for the artist profile interview?
Well, Nanabuju, I had the distinct privilege. No, I interviewed Michael Lyons.
Oh,
And Michael Lyons is an Ojibwe cartoonist, musician, puppeteer, and podcast YouTube creator, I guess. So I sat down with Michael, and we got to the bottom of a lot of really interesting things.
Oh, all right. Well, there you have it, folks. This is the artist profile interview with cartoonist, musician, and podcast. What's the name of his podcast?
His podcast is called Buju Nanabuju. Nanabuju?
Oh, yeah, I've seen that. I really like it.
Yeah, me too. It's my favorite one.
All right, well, here you go. Michael Lyons for today's, what do we call this? KBFT, Boys Fort Tribal Radio Artist Profile Interview. Take it away.
All right. Well, hey, Michael, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I'm really happy to be here.
So tell me, Michael, first of all, where are you from originally?
Well, I grew up in a really small town called LaPorte, Minnesota.
Oh,
which is about 25 miles south of Bemidji.
Yeah.
And it's just off of the Leech Lake Reservation.
Okay. In sort of like central Minnesota?
Yeah, that's right.
All right. And, see, how long have you been in the business?
Well, in a way, I got my start in the business of comic strips when I was in college in the early 90s.
Oh,
I had
wow.
a comic strip called Coffee House 5, which ran a number of years in college newspapers.
Oh, cool. And did those teach Ojibwe too?
No, I didn't have an Ojibwe comic strip until I started doing the Ojibberish comics. And that's really what led to the Buju Nana Buju podcast.
Oh, can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, sure. About 3.5 years ago, I started the Buju Nana Buju podcast on Facebook and YouTube. And it was basically what some people would describe as a puppet podcast. And we would always teach an Ojibwe word of the day. And then sometimes we'd write songs in Ojibwe.
Yeah.
And now, since the start of the year, it's become a live stream, hour-long program every morning at 8 o'clock. And we teach Ojibwe language. Sometimes we do prayers in Ojibwe. And, there's a lot of comedy and basically just talking with regular viewers and stuff. It's really fun.
Oh, all right, cool. And let's see, what would you say to someone who might want to get into art or music?
I would say if you have the calling, most artists and musicians will talk about a time when they were kids where something got lit up in their imagination, or they felt some sort of call to become something. There's a lot of sort of Cinderella stories from rock stars who had a dream to make it, and then they made it. I think that's probably why we talk about Kiss a lot on the podcast, because they were like a major influence in my life. Not just because I love their music and I learned how to play guitar, but also because I would draw Kiss a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And Paul Stanley, the lead singer of Kiss, always had a message of believing in yourself. And so now that I have my own show and I write songs and I get to be creative and do what I like to tell kids that, yeah, if you have the desire for it, this is probably your path. And it may take a long time to realize your art, but it's definitely worth it.
Yeah.
And if you're truly committed to being an artist, a musician, or a cartoonist, or a puppeteer, or whatever, a YouTube creator, you won't be happy until you're doing it anyway. So being an artist is sort of a blessing and a curse.
Mm-hmm. So, what has been one of your greatest challenges, like during this last year, during the COVID pandemic?
Honestly, the COVID pandemic has been great for our show. It's given me time. I'm not working anywhere else.
Uh-huh.
And, when the schools closed up, we were visiting a lot of schools. We were going on tour and visiting different reservations and different schools and bringing our podcast out to the public. And when the schools closed up, we lost out on a lot of gigs. But at the same time, because we were at home so much, we got a lot of work done.
Yeah.
And it's actually been really great for us. So I was fine with it.
All right, great. So finally, is there anything else you'd like to add to the show?
Yeah, I just want to tell people, check out our YouTube live stream, 8 o'clock, Buju Nana Buju podcast. I know you're always there at Nana Buju. And we have a regular group called the Buju Crew, which are, we've started kind of a fun community.
Yeah.
And it's a great place to, have a cup of Makade Mush Kiki Wabu, a cup of black medicine water, and learn a little Ojibwe and hear some Ojibwe stories.
Well, all right. Well, there you go. Thank you so much for being on the show, Michael.
Hey, it was totally my honor.
All right. Well, back to you, Nana Buju.
Oh, thank you so much, sweetheart. Well, there you have it, folks. Michael Lyons, cartoonist, musician, and the creator of the Boozhoo Nana Boozhoo podcast. I am Nana Boozhoo. Miigwech Bizin Dawieg. Thank you for listening to Boozhoo Nana Boozhoo, the podcast about Ojibwe language and culture. I will see you again. Gigawabamin. Minowa. Hawa. Nicely done there, sweetie. Ah, thanks.
Thank you for listening to Minnesota Artist Profiles, brought to you by KBFT and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
Sit back, relax, because you're listening to Native Music Fest, featuring the rockin' sounds of Native musicians from Bois Forte and beyond. Tracy Bone is a Juno Award-nominated country singer and songwriter from Manitoba, Canada. She was partially raised on the Kissi-Quenen Ojibwe First Nation Reserve, where her dad is enrolled in the southwest part of Manitoba. Growing up, Tracy spent her time between the city and the reservation in the country. But it was the reservation where she felt most comfortable.
I found that being on the reservation, I felt a lot more freedom and a lot more safety in the sense of having my cousins, family, and the outdoors to be my playground.
She grew up mostly with her mother. Her father was in and out of her life. The lack of a father figure has had a profound impact on her life, which she chose to express through her music. One song she wrote about is called Me and Mama.
My mama raised me good, did everything she could. She was daddy, 'cause he couldn't be.
Bone grew up not knowing her language or culture. Both her grandmothers went to residential boarding schools in Canada, where they were stripped of their way of life. That experience, she explains, got passed down to her.
From their lives as young women, young girls, I should say, growing into young women who became mothers. And I remember speaking with my grandmother on my mother's side about her experiences, because I really needed to understand what it meant to come from that background, to carry that type of history. So it was very important for me as an artist and as a woman and as a mother to understand where I'd come from.
She wrote a song about that, too. Tracy had these words of encouragement for anybody who wants to be an artist, whether that means being involved in music or any other artistic profession.
I think anyone and everyone has a creative spark within them. One of the things that I've learned about who I am as a creative person is that I have this fire within me, which is also my Lakota name, which is keeps the fire. And so I encourage each and every one of you out there, youth to adults, to elders, to the children. I think the children already got this covered, but once we get a little bit older, we start to get shy. We start to pull back a little bit. And then once we become an adult, we sometimes, we say, oh, I used to do that, or I used to play guitar, or I used to sing, But once we can actually tap back into that childlike creativity, of who we were when we were young and we could just be free with music and be free with our songs and be free with our voices. I think that is the absolute best encouragement I can give someone, is just to go back into your old self when you were 5, when you were skipping around and dancing to music that was just playing on the radio, or you hear the drum and you could just feel that and it makes your body move. You know, that you just sing a song without worrying about how it sounds or whether you're in the right key or right note. That music is just, it's healing, it's the flow, it's life. Everything about creativity is within each and every one of us, and it's up to us to believe that we can bring that out, and believe that that's something that we can do that will help heal one another and, of course, heal ourselves.
For KBFT, I'm Allison Herrera. Native Music Fest is a production of the Nett Lake Radio Project and is supported by the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. Ogama in Boys Fort play an important role in the tribe's history and future. Some are spiritual leaders, while some led the tribe through turbulent times when fighting for treaty rights and basic necessities were the most important thing. While modern-day leaders also fight for these things, creating jobs, helping get development started, and building government centers, health clinics, and schools are also at the top of the list. This is all while preserving and protecting traditions and Ojibwe culture. It's what makes Boys Fort so special. And it's the reason the Heritage Center near Tower, Minnesota exists. For the last 14 years, the Heritage Center has showcased Boys Fort history, language, and customs. I took a tour on a warm late summer day with the center's executive director, Bev Miller. She told me all about an exhibit on Boys Fort chiefs, or Ogama. Some of the pictures on the wall date back to the early 20th century, and information on them dating back to the tribe's recorded history in the 1830s. So, okay, tell me, so where are we? Just set the scene here for our listeners. Where are we?
We're going to be looking at the past chiefs of our Boys Fort band.
And so did you help put this exhibit together?
I think it was Phyllis and Rose Barons. They were part of the people that put these exhibits together along with others. I think we had like 16 chiefs in our band, and they lived all over the lake. And each clan had a chief.
What clan are you?
I am Bear.
How important were the chiefs in each band?
They were the leaders. Well, I know they had like meetings. I know the Bear clan, they were like the healers, the medicine people. Well, right now I've been reading a book on Chief Bustakagan, and he lived on the Deer Creek sector of Boys Fort, him and his family and his relatives. And right now there's nobody that lives on it. He helped he helped the non-natives also. I know he was, he worked with them when the flu epidemic came. So he helped his people plus the non-natives.
John Nett Lake, that's looks like a modern, taken in the recent history. Do you know anything about him?
John Nett Lake, I think he got his last name. There was a mistake or something about where or what his last name was there, because he didn't speak too much English. So, and they were trying to ask him his last name, and he's, I don't know if it was true or not that he said Nett Lake. So.
For Boys Fort Tribal and Community Radio, I'm Allison Herrera.
You're listening to Native Art Festival, a series produced by KBFT Radio and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
Bonjour, my name is Philip Savage.
I'm from the Fond du Lac Reservation, and I'm here on Nett Lake today to demonstrate some birch bark craft work.
Philip's many years of experience as an artist made it easy for community members to participate and take home something truly beautiful.
This is a lot easier than I thought it was going to be. They're simple to make, but they look really complicated.
I've been doing birch bark art, 30 years, ever since I was a little kid, picking up little pieces, watching my dad. He was a sweetgrass basket maker, and he would use a lot of birch bark making his baskets, so watching him, I just kind of picked up along the way and kind of, developed my own style and my own niche. And I do a lot of spring bark etching. I make earrings, I make baseball hats, top hats, I make wall hangings, necklaces, anything.
I'm going to have to come down for that.
Yeah, those are really cool. You could sell those, I think. Somebody would buy those.
I like how they turned out.
Community members didn't just take home birch bark crafts. They also left with shared knowledge from artist Philip Savage on how and when to harvest birch bark so that it's ideal for the project they might have in mind.
Well, we'll talk about harvesting the bark, and it depends on when you harvest your bark within the year to what you can do with it. So birch bark's very versatile, and depending on the time of year, it's kind of hard to get off the tree when it's cold out. But if it's in summertime, it'll pop right off the tree when it's hot enough. I like to harvest winter bark and spring bark because it leaves a layer that you can etch into. But I like it in summer bark too. That's great for baskets, canoes.
Even those familiar with birch bark crafts were surprised by Phil's unique style, which showcases the versatility and accessibility for community members to make things from a traditional medium.
My favorite part was working, making designs out of birch bark, because I never did that. The only thing I ever did was make baskets, and I never tried. And this is interesting to see all the different designs, how many other stuff you can be making out of birch bark, how different ways you can use the birch bark. But that's the first time I ever did this, and I really enjoyed it.
It's not just a craft that people learn with artist Philip Savage. He shares a little traditional knowledge about other things Anishinaabe people traditionally make from birch bark.
Birch bark's a pretty versatile medium, and there's lots of projects you could do with it, from arts and crafts to making lodges to live in.
Like about the class.
I loved it. I've never seen this done before, so it's interesting that you can actually take a tree and do something like that with it.
Yeah, you can make art without really having to go to the store and buy materials.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's beautiful.
This event is the first in a series of upcoming events as restrictions due to the COVID-19 pandemic are gradually lifted. Attendees were glad to be out and about, talking, laughing, and sharing stories while learning a new skill.
Yeah, because I wanted to do this last year, but then the whole COVID thing hit.
It's a free event, it's kid friendly. You can bring the kids down. It's a good little family event, to coming together and working on culture is just really good and really enriching for families and young people.
Fun.
Are you going to come to the next KBFT event?
Hopefully.
You can find out more about upcoming artists in the Native Art Festival by checking out KBFT on social media and online at kbft.org. Thank you for listening to Native Art Festival, brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
You're listening to KBFT's Virtual Music Fest, a live virtual music series brought to you by KBFT and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. And we're We're here today with singer, guitarist Corey Medina. I'd also like to mention his band, Corey Medina and Brothers. And Corey Medina is a Native American blues musician from New Mexico, but has found his home here in Minnesota back in 2012. And they have an album called Better Days, and that was released in November 2019. And we're sitting here today with Corey. So I just want to say welcome, Bonjour, and thanks for chatting with us today.
Yes, thank you. A Corey Medina siya, asya hinishla, na kay Basichin, Kiani Dishache, na kay Dishanella. My name's Corey Medina. I'm born for the Salt Rock clan, and I'm from Shiprock, New Mexico. Born and raised, and very thankful to the Anishinaabe folk up here, letting me come in with my loud Navajo rock and roll on their territory. So glad to be here with y'all.
Yeah, thanks for being here. So you released an album, Better Days. Do you have plans for any new music coming up?
Yeah, definitely. We're really stoked for I don't know. It was cool being able to talk with Levi Patero last night. He got to just chop it up with him on Instagram last night. It was really cool. Just nerding out again about shows and stuff, and talking another songwriter. I haven't really been able to talk to too many songwriters lately, at least about writing songs in a pandemic. So, but one thing that's cool about darkness and blues and crap that we go through is that, man, we can't reach growth, and we can't reach those good things in life until we go through some of those things. And so I'm really praying that a lot of good music comes out of this, and thankfully, I'm very thankful. Once the new year came, songs have been kind of flooding out of me in a good way. So it's been really cool, and it really just kind of reflects too of where our sound is and where I'm at, kind of in my personal life healing, and trying to hoping that that people who relate can find some sort of encouragement in it as well. So, but we got some new music coming out. We have a lot, and it's just finding time to do it. And I know, and that's where a lot of bands are too, especially bands who were probably trying to get ready to cut a record before the pandemic. So right now we're just in a phase of like, all right, we have all these songs that we were going to drop before the pandemic. So now we're like, all right, so we're just splitting up songs, and we're really excited nonetheless to get them out. But it's just funny because of some of that new music that people haven't heard yet is a reflection now of like what we used to sound like before the pandemic. And it's not bad, and we still can sound like that. We still do sound like that. But if you listen to Better Days, the song Too Green to Burn, we learned that the night before we went to the studio to record the whole album, and it shows that out of the whole album, that's the song that has I feel like it stands out the most, and it has this real cool, a little more mature sound to it. So, and I feel like that's some of the stuff that we got coming out this year will sound like. And so yes, we did, to answer your question. Yes, we do have new music coming out. If you go to our Facebook, our YouTube, and our Instagram, you can see 2 new songs that we just posted. Very thankful to The Current for hitting us up and letting us be part of their Sounds Like Home series. So we released a live version of 2 new songs, one called Repo and one called 1974. Yeah, but we got plenty more coming. So right now it's just trying to. Sorry, one of my guitars just fell over. Scared the crap out of me. Right now, just trying to navigate producers and where to record and just stuff like that. So, but yeah, we got stuff coming, and we're excited.
Awesome. Yeah, it's that ghost behind you. I think it's that guitar. We're talking about music, so I got excited to jump.
I think so, man.
So man, it seems like you're everywhere. Everywhere I look, it's Corey Medina, especially in Minnesota. I turned on I have just an antenna hooked up to my TV at home, and I turned on one of the public stations, and you came on there. I was like, no way.
Oh, that's super cool. No, I'm very blessed, man. Minnesota's been really good to me, and it's cool being native, and I'm sure you can relate to, like, when you get to our age, it's kind of like you understand why elders kind of told us, like, man, like go out and go travel, go see things, so you can. And it's not just so it's not just so our auntie and mom can flex, like, oh, my sonny boy does this. It's so we can obtain like just kind of other perspectives of different cultures, and that's what it's been like for me here in Minnesota. It's been just really, oh man, learning so much from y'all, and it's been so good for me. It's breaking me in a good way. And I think a lot of people, with the shift of kind of like the tone of social issues and things like that, I think a lot of us are kind of pushing towards growth and trying to find any sense of unity in any way but that's healing for everybody, not just one specific person. But Minnesota has been really kind of, I don't know, I feel like for some reason, I feel like, I don't know if it's just because we live here, but I feel like Minnesota has kind of been on the map in the lead in some of that and some of the things going on. So, but yeah, I'm learning a lot from Minnesota and especially northern Minnesota has been really good to my music. Like I said, all these northern tribes taking me under the wing. The community of Bemidji has been, been very supportive. So very thankful to continue to be growing with this community as well, representing my people down south. Very, very thankful.
Yeah, well, you're definitely in a good state for music. I mean, there's all kinds of great musicians locally.
Yeah,
from Minnesota, man. We have like one of the best states for music.
Definitely.
Where can we find you and your music? Again, you have your website, CoreyMedina.com. You're on YouTube. Just search for Corey Medina. Spotify.
Yeah. It's, oh man, I really look forward to the time when like our stuff's all organized. And I think anybody who's been following me for even more than a year will probably know that like we're a live band and I see so, and a really, man, shout out to all the bands who are really good at organizing their content as far as making it as accessible as possible. And there's constant tools coming out to make things easier and more accessible.
Be sure to watch the full interview and performance on KBFT's Facebook page and YouTube channel by simply searching for KBFT. Thank you for listening to KBFT's Virtual Music Fest, brought to you by KBFT and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. You're listening to KBFT's Virtual Music Fest, a live virtual music series brought to you by KBFT and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
Welcome, Callie.
Yes, it's an honor to be here with everyone. And Ya'at to all of the followers out there. Ya'at from Navajo Nation, Grand Canyon State of beautiful Arizona. So thank you so much for having me, Chaz. It's an honor.
Yeah, Buju and Yate. I learned a new word today.
Yeah.
We're here to talk.
I keep working on that.
Yeah, the first time I saw you was actually back in 2019 at the Native American Music Awards, where you actually performed that year, and it was pretty awesome. So I've always had you in the back of my mind, and I always wanted to bring you up to this area. And through this virtual thing, I figured it'd be the best time to do that. So how did your music career begin?
First of all, before I start, to formally introduce myself in Navajo, I do have to do that as a formal greeting, if that's okay. So Ya'at Eshe'eya Tachini Nishla Ashinha Bashichinkia Ani Dashache Bipatoni Dashanella and Callie Bennett Dashajinna. So what I just said was I am Red Running into Water clan, born for the Salt People clan. My maternal grandfather's clan is the Towering House clan, and my paternal grandfather's clan is the Deerwater clan, and people call me Callie Bennett. So that's a great question, Chaz. Thank you for asking me, and I'm so glad. I'm sorry we never got to meet at the Native American Music Awards, and I had no idea you guys were there. But thank you for inviting me still after it's been a couple years. So hopefully we'll see you guys again in New York. But it started when I was very, very young, when my mother, as a baby, she heard me sing, and she actually took me to like a child's play, to a high school play. And she said that the strange thing is before I could even speak words, I was humming along with the singing of that play. And she said the weirdest thing, and she goes, I knew you were meant for music was because you were on key the whole time, which is a challenge sometimes. And so at a young age, my mother actually put me into piano lessons. She got me into vocal lessons, guitar lessons at different ages. And that's really where it started.
Wow, that's amazing. And thank you for introducing yourself in your language. It was really, really nice, really beautiful language. And I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, music has always been a huge part of my life growing up. There was a time, though, when I was probably getting ready when I was planning on, do I go into music? Do I go into get involved with my parents' ministry, church, things like that, college, that I actually, had to think about it. Do I take music seriously? And I remember people asking me at a young age, around 17 years old, when I I used to sing with a church I went to as a background vocalist, and I did harmony. I did a lot of things. And someone asked me one day and they go, "Are you going to continue singing? Is this something that you're going to continue doing with your life?" And I really took the summer off to really think about that. And it was, it was one of those major life decisions. And to me, in my heart, I always wanted to be involved in music. However, I wasn't sure if it was going to be a career or if it was going to be something that I, made albums, although those were dreams. And so, but here we are today, and I ultimately did make that decision to continue with it.
Starting, you have 3 albums out.
So there's 3 albums. Let's see. There's the first album was my first gospel album, and then the second album was more of my mainstream, more on a broader scale album, and that was the Awake Arise Shine. And then the third album, I was actually a featured artist with my father's narrative album, and that is the anthology, my anthology with my father. And I just recently released my second gospel. It's actually it's my third personal album, but it's my very first Navajo gospel hymnal album. And it is predominantly in the language of our Navajo Nett language, which is very challenging to sing and to speak, which, I'm still I'm continuously learning from my father, from my uncles. Thankfully, I have wonderful, wonderful family members that are willing to help me with new words and different things. So yeah, so just recently on Easter, it was released. So excited.
Well, congratulations on your release. We're starting to play your stuff here on our radio station, KBFT.
Thank you so much, and really appreciate that you're playing the music.
Thank you for listening to KBFT's Virtual Music Fest, brought to you by KBFT and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. You are listening to KBFT, Minnesota Artist Profiles, a series featuring artists and musicians of Minnesota, brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. Jesse Dermody from the Brothers Burn Mountain Band is more than just your average musician. He's also a writer and an artist who is definitely sculpting something original and unique. He utilizes things he acquires out on his hikes in the wilderness.
My name is Jesse Dermody. I'm a poet, a sculptor, and I'm a musician, a drummer in a band with my brother called the Brothers Burn Mountain. I'm living north of Duluth in Cotton, Minnesota, out in the backwoods, kind of in the boglands, the higher parts of the boglands. And we really love it in northern Minnesota. It's a true home for us. I have my solitary rapscallionness, where I like to go on walks alone. I call them my walkie no talkies, and I get especially in nature and woods or cities, wherever, there's bounty to be found anywhere. Little patch of woods or national forest along winding trails or lakes and rivers. And I'm a scavenger for sure. I can't help myself, so I always, for material for my sculptures, I always carry at least a small bag with me on my hikes, and I'll collect driftwood. Sometimes I have a pretty good sixth sense for finding animal bones. Sometimes I'll come back with 20 pounds of animal bones because I just, boom, oh, there's another one. Holy cow, I go off trail, bam, another one, bam, bam. Get hit left and right with it's like finding a deer skull is much more thrilling than finding a $100 bill on the ground for me. So I get a thrill out of this stuff. And so, yeah, I scavenge for, materials, for found items, what have you, wherever I am. I'm constantly finding things. And also for found sounds, for songs that my brother and I create together. It's the same thing. I've known that I'm an artist since I was 17 or 18 years old. I'm 45 years old now. All the art forms, the poetry, the sculpting, and the music came fairly simultaneously in my life at that age, which isn't necessarily that young. You know, I was definitely not a prodigy, and I wasn't any good at any of the art forms when I first began. But it didn't matter because I loved it so much, and it felt so good to do. The art forms are just natural occurrences. They happen to me, from me. The art forms, they do very much gel together, and the differentiation between each of them is very subtle and extremely interconnected, where, poems can come from sculptures. Sculptures can come from songs. And getting the rhythms of hiking in nature is extremely important to my artwork, because the energy from nature seems the most spontaneous and fresh and inspiring, and healing. And I want to get that healing energy in my artwork, because I think that's our job as artists, is to first heal ourselves through our artwork, and then maybe if the artwork is good enough and other people experience it, there can be a healing power for other people as well. And that's the whole purpose of artwork in a culture, is to heal, and to be a good medicine. I write poems every day. The road of sorrow. I'm taking the road of sorrow into the town of bliss. The fiery wind seals my lips with the burning kiss. And the rain will be a-comin'. You can tell by the swallow's flight. Sometimes things are better when they're wrong than they ever were when they were right. When right is apoplectic and doesn't stand a chance, and being wrong and full of love, down the road we dance.
Where can we find you and your art?
You can go to the McRostyArtCenters.com or whatever it is, their website, and they have it up. They have it archived. You can see the pictures, and they did a short video too. Yeah, I just I wanted to imbue that room, their space there, which is really beautiful room for artwork, with as much healing energy as possible. I wanted it to kind of subtly take over the room, so when you walk in, you have to take a quick breath in, and then breathe a little easier after that than you normally do, and then kind of get taken out of, like for me, I get taken out of my own self-absorption, and have to concentrate on something outside of myself for a little while, and that's all I wanted. They're wall hanging pieces of sculpture that are rather three-dimensional, and then the freestanding sculpture that's extremely 3 and 4-dimensional. Yeah, they're my little creations, my creatures that are also friends. I call them my monsters, benevolent monsters. For the music, thebrothersburnmountain.com, and that has a lot of our music, our schedules, updates, mindful meanderings, music videos.
Who are your influences?
Sculpturally, Umberto Boccioni. He's Italian. He died almost a century ago. I think in World War I, but he's a great sculptor and a great painter, and off the wall, ecstatic, phenomenal forms. Michelangelo, especially his last series that he never finished of sculptures called Prisoners or Slaves. Phenomenal work. And a Minnesotan sculptor named Aaron Spangler. Last few months I've gotten into his work. I've not met him in person yet, or I've only seen pictures of his work, but he does phenomenal work. He's from Park Rapids area.
It's a fire in the sky.
Do you have words of encouragement to future artists?
If you have a natural inclination to do something, to pick up a guitar or play the desktop as a drum, or you hear a rhythm, play it. And if you have a dream and you feel like writing it down, write it down. If some inclination to write anything at all comes to you, write it. Pick up a pen, even carry a pen around with paper. Write the stuff down and be passionate about it. Live life with passion and live life in ways that will keen our senses. And, so you actually, whatever is physically present within your realm of senses, vision, audio, all the senses, smell, taste, touch, the wind on your flesh, other people's words, the intonation of their voices, what they're wearing, the color of their eyes, the color of the sky, the clouds, the trees or the lack thereof, the buildings, the grain of the brick in the buildings, what kind of mortar is used between the brick. Pay attention to these things. A good friend of mine, Timothy Young, the poet, he came up with the term called scatter vision because he's a hunter. And hunters need to have scatter vision while they're hunting. The opposite of scatter vision is tunnel vision, where you only see a very limited range of vision. But scatter vision is from your widest, farthest most periphery all the way around. And then even having eyes behind your head because your other senses are filling in the space. Use scatter vision, use scatter ears everywhere you go. Develop them. It's really hard work. Do it. And don't expect to be good at this or your artwork when you begin. If you do it every day with passion and live your life for it for 10 years, you'll begin to get good at about 10 years. And then from there, it's a matter of how good do I want to get? How much better do I want to get? And there's no possibility of getting too good. We can only get better.
Thank you for listening to Minnesota Artist Profiles, brought to you by KBFT and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
This is Native Fashion, a KBFT series about the tradition of regalia making and the people who do it.
My name is Corrine Whiteman. I'm from Boys Fort here. I lived up in Nett Lake my whole life. I started my beadwork about maybe 10 years ago, and what I mainly work on is old style beadwork. I don't do contemporary style. And what old style beadwork is just the general flowers and the floral in the leaves that's representing like what's around us, like the woodland Indians. That's my type of beadwork I do. It's really basic, but it's also very colorful. Once I get started, it usually takes me probably a couple days to finish a project. I do small projects for different people, especially for the Nett Lake School. They'll ask me to bead something for a teacher that is leaving, or I'll do little small projects for myself. I do my own floral beadwork, but that usually takes longer, so that's just some of the stuff that I work on. Show you some pictures.
Yeah, let me see. Show me some pictures and to describe it for me.
Yeah. Okay. Gotta look here. I post all my work on my Facebook.
Well, I did want to ask you, who did you learn to do beadwork from?
My mother. My mom taught me, back in the day. I used to sit there and I used to watch my mom bead. And it took me probably about 3 months to get courage to even start a project. The first project I started was in culture class here, and at first it wasn't really looking that great, because it was my first time. But I just sat and I tried and tried and tried, and then eventually I got better. So it probably took me about a good 2.5 years to complete what I needed to do that I liked.
Yeah, so tell me, okay, so this is your Facebook page. Tell me a little bit about these, the pictures that you have posted of these projects that you've done. These are really beautiful.
Okay, like again, this is the floral beadwork, from our culture. It's Ojibwe style woodland. It's just basically what's surrounding me here on the reservation. Like you have your flowers, you have the vines, you have the berries, and you have the different colors that represent the flowers around you. It could basically be anything what you see, what's living outside your house or in the woods. That's what I base my beadwork off of.
How long did it take you to do that particular, and what is that? Is that a...
This is a choker drop I sold for, I think, like $120. This took me about 4 days to make. A lot of this beadwork here I made for other people. This is a medallion. It probably made it within 3 days. Another medallion, floral Ojibwe. You see the vines, you see the leaves, you see the different flowers. Another piece. So all of my work, like I said before, it's basically old style beadwork. It's nothing contemporary. This is my only contemporary piece that I do have. If you notice, it's Hello Kitty. I collect Hello Kitty. And on the side there, you'll see rhinestones. Then you'll see these jewels. This is what contemporary beadwork is. It's more colorful. It's more sparklier. You can see it at a distance more. Whereas if old style beadwork, you look at this, and it's not as eye-catching as what other people have. In this particular piece, these are leggings that I'm working on. And actually, my mother is the one that drew these out, but I just never finished it. I never completed it.
So do you draw them out first and then you bead them?
I draw them out. What I normally use is I use tracing paper, and I draw my flowers out freehand. And I'll sit there and I'll erase until I like it. And then I'll trace it and then I'll put it on canvas, and then I'll back the canvas with newspaper. That's just because so the newspaper can keep the beads intact. And then canvas is easier to bead on.
Tell me about this. This is a really beautiful piece here.
This piece, the Nett Lake School had asked me to do this last year for a teacher that had left. This is more of a contemporary piece. I really like beading tulips because they're easier to bead. I like using solid colors because it's easier to use. And she's young. She's like 24. So I thought maybe if I used a little bit of contemporary beads, juice it up a little bit, make it a little bit more sparklier. As you see, I have rhinestones in there. I have like these beads right here. Different color to it. But that's what I did for her, and it probably took me like 2.5 days to do.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Thank you.
Would you make me a medallion?
If I had the time.
Is there kind of a competition between regalia makers?
No, I'm not. Like I said, I try not to be contemporary. Like, if you look at my beadwork right now, it's all old style. I choose my own style. I don't copy anybody. I like to be type of the plain Jane type of person, so that's why I keep my colors a solid color. Same thing with like when I'm dancing. You'll never see me in contemporary costume regalia, for competing for competition. I never do that just because I like dancing old style.
Then where are you going to wear this dress? What powwow are you going to dance in?
I normally dance at traditional powwows, just around here, mainly like, let me see, here, Leech Lake, Fond du Lac, Vermilion. So just powwows around here.
Yeah. Are you looking forward to powwow season?
Yes, I am. I'm excited.
Yeah.
I'm trying to finish up my beaded moccasins and my beaded leggings, so yeah.
That's beautiful. Thank you so much. Thank you. Native Fashion is produced by the Nett Lake Radio Project and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. You're listening to the series about family history, sharing the legacy of Bois Forte band members, past and present. Fred McDougall remembers what it was like leading Minnesota's Indian Affairs Commission in the 1970s.
we had to make some pretty sweeping legislative changes to that body to make it exactly what it is today, and that's all elected tribal chairmen on there. There was a time when they were all appointed by the governor and the Senate and all sorts of dumb ways. Most of the people that served on the State Indian Affairs Commission or in a tribal were not elected officials. They were just political appointees. That was bad. It didn't serve the interests of tribal government. I went to work down there, and that's when we started to change it. Actually, you had to legislatively change the commission to make tribal chiefs acceptable on there. After the tribal chiefs said, if we don't change it, we're pulling out, and we don't want nothing to do with this Indian Affairs Commission. Don't even talk to us.
McDougall is from Bois Forte, and in addition to serving as one of the first commissioners, he also served as the director of the Minnesota Chippewa tribes. And he designed the Bois Forte logo. He remembers when casinos started on the reservations and some of the benefits they had.
There's no doubt that the casinos have contributed to the economic well-being of every reservation. Every reservation is, can point to casino gaming, gaming revenues as being able to just move the progress forward. It's a case of what came first, the chicken or the egg kind of thing.
McDougall said before gaming, economic development came from the federal government.
But prior to that, any money that came into the reservation, are you ready for this, was funneled in by the Bureau of Indian Affairs. You might have called the reservations at the time, sorry to say this, but we're pretty much on welfare. Federal government decided to put us all on these reservations and give us annuities and no economic development, and so we got all of these different sorts of support programs from the state, HUD, or from the state, from the feds, HUD, and all those other things. Well, roads and the whole thing that was all Bureau of Indian Affairs. Employment, there was hardly any employment on the reservation except for those who worked for those federal bureaucracies on the res. They ran the whole res. That's where the money came from.
He says casinos gave the tribes self-determination, their own revenue, beyond what the BIA was providing.
We grew with them, with the res and the tribal governments as they grew and got bigger and better and more knowledgeable, had more resources.
He says life is much better in places like Bois Forte because of gaming. He says they fought for their rights, and that's something that resonates with him today. For KBFT, I'm Allison Herrera. The Family History Series is brought to you by the Nett Lake Radio Project and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
You're listening to a series about outdoor activities from ricing to survival skills from a Bois Forte perspective.
Jean, tell me, how long have you been coming to this Miigwech-Manoomin powwow?
Well, I was born and raised here, so since once they ever had a powwow, I did crafts, a lot of crafts first. I'd make jingle dresses, all powwow regalia.
What did you used to go ricing when you were a little girl?
Oh yeah.
What was that like?
It was hard work. I would go ricing with my grandmother, and I would paddle her while she knocked rice. We'd parch our rice, and then at that time, my uncles, they would jig the rice. We'd parch our rice first, and then we would take it out to King's. That was a lot easier on my grandmother because she used to, fan the rice when my uncles would jig the rice, take the hulls off.
So, how has the ricing season changed from when you were a little girl ricing to now?
Long ago, when Grandma we'd go out ricing, and then we would finish our rice and sell it, and that's how all the kids in the village that's how they got their school clothes.
When you were a girl, how long would your rice last you?
And we had just bags and bags and bags. I would say about 8 bags of finished rice in these big sacks of, because that lasted a long time.
Now, did you go out ricing this year?
I did not. There was a few storms the past couple months, and it just really knocked out the rice, like 95% I was hearing. But I did last season, I drew good, like 100 pounds. But
Have you ever gone out ricing with your grandmother?
I have not.
So she was telling me that she used to go out ricing with her grandmother, and that she would paddle, and her grandmother would knock. Now, when you went out, what was your role?
Well, my dad would paddle me around, so I'd be a knocker. So.
Yeah, that's a pretty. You gotta kind of work it to get that skill, huh?
Yeah. But I don't know. Like, you just keep knocking because the res buys rice, so you just think of it as money for like clothes or for your family, So you just gotta go hard.
What's your name?
My name is Mark Edward Drift Jr. But my Indian name is Muskugaboo, and it means red horse standing.
So your grandson there was just telling me that he used to that he would knock rice. Did you teach him how to do that?
No. You explain to them how to do it, but you can't really teach anyone because everybody kind of does it different.
They're saying that the wild rice crop, there wasn't that much this year. Ricing continuing on the lake in the years to come?
Yeah. Of course. I see that as years to come, and what I do see is if they would, that's something too my grandmother taught me, and she says, leave the lake alone. Don't let any motors, airplanes, or anything out on the lake. Leave it alone. It will take care of itself.
Boys Fort Outdoor is produced by KBFT with support from the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
Welcome to Powwow the Songs, a look into powwow gatherings in Minnesota, their historical and traditional significance, and the integral role of the drums, the singers, and their songs. And here's your host, Terry Goodsky.
Good evening. This is Terry Goodsky. I'm sitting here with Zach Hartliv at Hunting Moon Powwow, Milwaukee, 2014. Zach, could you tell me a little bit about yourself?
Bonjour, Terry. It's good to see you again, man. I give my formal introduction in Ojibwe. Bonjour, Zungi Gnu, Indigenous Cause, Migizi and Dude, Mushkazibi and Dunjaba. That means, my name is Zungi Gnu. I'm of the Migizi clan, and I come from Mushkazibing. I'm 26 years old, and I'm a youth coordinator for the Birch Hill Community House on the Bad River Reservation.
Could you tell me a little bit about, I know we kind of discussed this a little bit earlier, could you tell me a little bit about, the buck and doe dance? I've interviewed a couple of people earlier, but they kind of forgot some information about it,
My grandpa was a keeper of that song, Vincent Bender. He, you knew those songs that go with that. They're starting to come kind of scarce. I know a few people that still know those songs. I can catch them. I don't remember them that well myself, but it's basically just emulating that animal and the characteristics and the attitudes. So there'll be several women in the dance arena, and then you'll have an older buck and a younger buck. They'll both fight off for who gets to keep those does, so to say.
Oh, okay. All right. Could you tell me a little bit about the swan dance?
Yeah, from what I understand, I hear from my elders is that, we get a lot of our teachings from nature, and the swan is one of the leaders that the leaders of the winged, and I hear that they bring the changing of the seasons, both spring into summer and fall into winter. So the seasons change. They're indicator species that the change is coming. So in that dance, it's a dance for the women, and it's a kind of almost like a round dance, like a 2-beat song, and the women will go and emulate that animal. The swans, they do the flying V, so they'll take turns going back and forth, forming that V, and also coming back together in that straight line. We'll have the leader of the dance, which will usually be an elder, and then it just goes from there to the youngest. It's almost like follow the leader dance.
What about the fish dance? Can you tell me a little bit about that?
That's that's a dance for the men. That the swan dance is for the women, but fish dance is we're doing that to recognize that it's time for that species to come and do their circle of life. So we'll do it usually when the fish run, to celebrate that the fish either are coming or we want them to come. So with the fish dance, we'll have again an older male will lead it out, and then just kind of go down in age until the youngest one, and he'll be the tail. And they just go through the stages. They go through going upstream and laying their eggs, and then through the whole spawning process. You get to see it, and it's really fun to watch.
Could you tell me, we've known each other for a long time. Could you tell me a little bit about the hand drum songs, what they represent and what the hand drum means to the Ojibwe people?
Well, I'm still learning that. Little bit of what I know of that is, more of the, what would you say, popular culture today. It's we use that Cree style scratch beat, and we use those round dance hand drum songs as kind of courting songs or love songs, trying to get our snag on. Hey.
Okay, can you tell me a little bit about your travels as a singer, and plus, as a positive role model in your community?
Yeah, I've always had this connection with the drum, starting from when I was a baby. My dad used to carry around a bass drum and just turn it upside down at night, put a pillow inside, and that would be my crib. So I always had a strong connection to the drum. I was fortunate to have this gift, and it's taken me pretty far. That my talents have allowed me to see both oceans. I got to travel from New York all the way to California, just staying with that drum. He called it our grandpa. And because of what he represents, that respect. You have to act a certain way around the drum, and that's what I try and instill in my youth that I teach. If you want to be around here, you have to act a certain way. So before we even bring the drum out, I'll talk with him, sometimes for days, before we even touch a drumstick or get to look at the drum.
Mm-hmm. Well, you kind of forgot to mention, about the fish dance and the swan dance and the buck and doe dance. You forgot to mention that before you actually do these sort of things, you guys would have a feast and would ask the spirits, to kind of bless us with the whatchamacallit of whatever animal that you were doing. That's one thing that you forgot to mention before you guys go into it's actually part of the ceremony, but you forgot the feast part.
Yeah, yeah. I partake a lot in the song and dance part of it. Yeah, but it's a big deal.
So Sorry, could you kind of tell me what the drum means to you?
I just feel at home there. That's, every time I sit down, I feel that Daewei gun means like a heartbeat. So I just feel really close to that. That's my grandpa.
All right. Well, looks like we. Could you tell me a little bit more about the drum and how it pertains to your community? What actually when the drum actually came to your community, how did it change things? The history of your community, if you could.
Well, I'm not an account on it or an elder, but from what I understand, it was a time for celebration. We had our ceremony drums. From what I understand, it was like a social to more or less arrange some get-togethers for families. We almost like setting up marriages, things like that. That we call them Nimia Ding, our celebrations. So we get together, according to season or the month. We always had something going on. I just learned that not too long ago that when we moved our powwow grounds, they were having powwow at the same time in the other community across the lake. From Bad River, they were partying in Madeline Island and Red Cliff. And we'd have bonfires, and they said that you could see those fires from across the lake. And I thought, wow, that must have been a sight to see. Because it was before electricity was really around. And just to see that, I think that would have been something just amazing to behold. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Tell me a little bit about your roles as a lead singer. As a person that starts off the.
Well, you have to know those songs. To be a good lead singer, first you have to be a good dancer. I think. We all start there, and we all started in the circle, kind of far back from the drum, but then we get to move a little closer. If you dance, then you start to learn the songs because you're dancing to them. Then you get a little closer to the drum, and you get to sit down and learn different beats. But then becoming that lead singer, you already know that what style of dance to sing for. You know those beats, then you learn those songs. And some singers are really fortunate to have that gift of song making. I was blessed to know quite a few great song makers, but it takes a lot of heart because you have to be that one that everybody depends on. You have to be the rock. Sometimes we go into contest powwows, and everybody's looking to you. What are we gonna sing now? So you got to be ready on your toes and just make that decision for the good of the group. Not only that, it's not just about the song. You have to take care of the singers, make sure that they're all taken care of. So there's a lot of work that goes into it. A lot of work, making sure that they're fed and everyone knows the song, and you have to trust each other.
I notice when you go to powwows, you're kind of a grass dancer. Could you explain a little bit about your style and what your outfit means to you?
Yeah. The outfit I have now was actually a gift from a lady who saw me dancing a while back, and I kind of fell off, and I just kind of went to singing. But she remembered that I danced, and she made an outfit for her husband, but it was kind of too skinny. It got too big. She didn't want to waste an outfit, so she thought of me right away, and she wanted to gift that outfit. So she did that in that way, and I kind of picked it back up. The style I do, it's a little bit of a mix between the traditional and contemporary styles. From my understanding, the dance originated from the Omaha people, and it was actually a society of warriors that were wounded and they could not dance their traditional dances anymore because there was real hard, intricate footwork. So it's a little bit more laid back than the traditional, but that's the traditional style. And then the contemporary, there's wild moves and all kinds of cool steps that you can mix up in there. That's kind of where I got that. where I'm at with that.
Well, if there's anything that you could pass on to the younger generation, what would you say to them?
Joanne dig. That means take care of one another. There's a lot of things out there, a lot of outside influences, and a lot of historical trauma that we have to deal with. That's that kind of brings us apart. But that's a whole nother discussion. I can go on about that for a while. But take care of each other, and take care of each other for tomorrow. Forget about what happened yesterday. Just live for today, and just love each other. Take care of each other.
All right, Zach. Well, I'd like to thank you very much, for your time and your wisdom. I'd like to wish the Bucks a very good day at Hunting Moon Powell here. Seen the videos on Facebook and on your webpage. You guys are sounding pretty tough today. Keep the good work and keep that drum beat, hard and strong, and get those voices, rocking.
We will. Regrets.
Power of the Songs is produced by KBFT, Boys Fort Tribal Community Radio, with support from the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. Online at kbft.org.
You're listening to Anishinaabe, Ogima, Boys Fort leaders from the present to the past.
Former Boys Fort Tribal Council member Phyllis Bourget greets me with a warm smile at the Boys Fort Heritage Center near Tower, Minnesota. Her long gray hair is pulled back underneath a colorful bandana. It tosses around as we talk about her time on the council. It's peppered with her humor and sharp wit.
This place, we had nothing here, and then everything was going to Nett Lake. So I did a battle with them, and I finally won a little at a time.
As we walk towards an exhibit in the Heritage Center she helped curate on Boys Fort Chiefs, or Ogama, we pass a few photos along the way, people she knew from her youth.
This is one lady I grew up with. We were in the same grade.
What's her name?
Tina, we called her. Yeah.
What was her Ojibwe
Yeah,
name?
I can't remember. Gishik Gate Gay Week.
Did you go to boarding school with her?
No, we went to school in Nett Lake.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we were in the same grade all the time, and
okay.
I played with her, and yeah, she was one of my best friends.
Phyllis served on the tribal council for Boys Fort for nearly 15 years. She can't remember exactly how long, but she does remember the names of chiefs and spiritual leaders that line a large kiosk near the back of the museum. Old photos of chiefs from Voyageurs, Deer Creek, and Nett Lake are all presented with their Ojibwe names.
Well, we needed something. Like Nett Lake always had, their people, when you go in different buildings, you see that. And we had nothing here. And then we had so many people that lived here at one time. Yeah. Well, we had a group of elders, people that we met, a couple times a month. And then they're the ones that wanted stuff like this because there was nothing here. And so we started working on getting pictures and getting them who was here at the time.
Phyllis took it on herself to do the research and interview elders about former chiefs that served Boys Fort until the 1970s. Chiefs like Charlie Sucker, Chief Bustakagan, John Gishik, and John Nett Lake. She spent a lot of time looking for photos included in the exhibit and made sure all the information was correct, like Chief John Goodday.
I wasn't here at the time. Yeah, but he was one of the best guys around. Everybody loved him.
Why?
Because he was a person that everybody respected, and he knew so much, and he never had a bad word for anybody. Everybody was his friend.
Besides the Heritage Center and recognizing the history of Bois Forte, Phyllis wanted more facilities and more services for the Vermilion side of the reservation. She says she's happy with the work she's done.
My leadership was just from wanting things to happen. I came from Nett Lake and moved here, and nobody wanted to be on the council. So anyway, they all got against me and voted me in. And a lot of people didn't like to travel too much. We built quite a few places in Nett Lake, and we got a few here. Our count was down, and so we didn't get too many houses. Most of them are in Nett Lake. But I was happy with what we got, because the people that we moved into the houses would have probably never had a house.
What's a leader maybe from that wall or somebody that you knew that really inspired you as a tribal council member?
I think all of them. I got to know them, yeah.
What do you mean all of them?
The last ones, like Charlie Day, he used to come to my grandma's house and hold services there, and then just come to visit, like Thanksgiving dinner. We would invite him to our house, although he had many places to go to. There was nothing going on.
Yeah.
And I wanted something to happen. Got some of the Bob's, my husband was from here. Got him and some of his relatives to come to our meetings and stuff like that, and what we were looking to do. We wanted to create jobs, and which we did. Our job was to, keep things running on the reservation and make sure that nobody's doing wrong, like selling fish off the lake, They would set net, and a lot of people, set net, and they would sell their fish. And I would tell them that fish is meant for your family, not to sell it. But I buy food with the money I get from selling fish. So, what are you going to say?
What did you say to that?
Nothing. Yeah, I said, I don't think that's right. I think your family sure ate that fish, But they're tired of eating fish. They want meat. I've never really left. I mean, my term was up, but I can't remember. But anyway, we would support whoever was running, be there, like they would ask us former people and say, how was it, or what happened?
So people would ask you, what's it like, and what would you say to them?
Somebody had to do it. Nobody wanted it. Yeah.
Phyllis said she did a lot of bargaining to get not just services for the tribe, but money, especially for the Vermilion side.
I knew there was government jobs out there, like even brushing the highways, the roads. We didn't have highways. And brushing the road at least 50 feet out from the main road. A lot of things like that. We got people working, but what was supposed to be done, and then Cass Lake, that's where all the big shots were. So, me and a bunch, 2 carloads at least, or sometimes 3, we'd all go piling in there, and
what would you do?
We would get on the agenda before we left. And whenever I knew they were going to have a meeting or where they were, somebody would tell me, I'd call and get us on the agenda. So all of us would come in, holy, they would be scared of, 3 carloads of Indians. I really like that. Because they supported the ones that ruled us. Yeah, we'd get their support. And another one we'd get is, we'd get Grand Portage. They're from the Big Lake. And then we get White Earth. So we'd get those two, and we had it made. Yeah.
You mean you had it made? Like
whatever we wanted.
With the state government? Or?
No, the tribe. Yeah. The tribe is the one that got the money. Yep, that's how we had to work it. Otherwise, Vermilion got nothing. And because it would all go to Nett Lake, and we were part of Nett Lake. And Nett Lake was stingy to us. Yeah, so we had a hard time. So I said, well, leave them be stingy. I said, we'll get our own money. And so we did a lot of fundraising. We had fish fries. Everybody in the village would help us set net because we get walleyes here, and Nett Lake doesn't have walleyes. So anyway, we supported our center by having fish fries, and everybody would come. They were white people from town, when they knew we were having a fish fry, we'd put signs up in town and in a paper. And in fact, the lady in the paper, Tower News, I said, well, what's this little thing going to cost us? We wrote it out, and she said nothing. And I said, to take up space in your paper? Well, we'll donate right now. She said, you're just starting off. So she was pretty good, too.
Phyllis knows there's more work to be done, but she counts herself among the council members who helped get those things done. For Boys Fort Tribal and Community Radio, I'm Allison Herrera.
Anishinaabe Ogima was brought to you by the Nett Lake Radio Project and by the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
You're listening to Native Art Festival, a series produced by KBFT Radio and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. Leah Yellowbird is a painter who's originally from International Falls. She's not just any painter, though. Leah Yellowbird's paintings look like beadwork. She shared her unique style of painting during a class as part of KBFT's Artist Series.
I brought something really simple. I brought a page from an Ojibwe coloring book. The reason why I did that is because I wanted to show how something as simple as this children's coloring book can turn into something that's not so simple. You've got an outline and the rest is creativity of whoever's choosing to do it. And if we have 20 different people here, every painting's going to be different.
How did Leah Yellowbird get the idea for her beadwork painting? She tells KBFT the story of how it all started.
I always did something. I always did something with my hands. I always beaded. But when I started painting, it was, my dad had passed. And so I took my mom to Arizona for the winter. It was her first winter alone. And so we got this little trailer at this retirement park. And we got there and I brought my kayak and stuff because I love to kayak. And these retirees party like gangsters. And I could not keep up, nor did I want to. And my mom was having a blast and having so much fun. And so I was kayaking during the day. In the evening, my bead time. I didn't bring any beads. So I went to a hobby shop and I bought one of those 24 paint kits, 24 colors, tiny little tubes. and I bought a couple paintbrushes, and I bought a roll of canvas. Didn't have a clue what I was doing. And I brought it back to the trailer. No room in this little trailer, they're very small. And I laid it out on the little kitchen dinette table that was in the trailer. And I told my mother, we don't have a table for the rest of the winter. And she said, okay. And I said, I'm going to paint this like I beaded it, because I'm missing it, beading so badly.
Because it takes so much time to complete a painting using Leah Yellowbird's style, she coached attendees carefully, explaining small details and techniques, like paint consistency.
I can see how if it's thicker, it'll kind of pop. Or I don't know the word I'm trying to use.
It's a ranch dressing situation.
Yeah.
And it's hard to describe because paint doesn't come in that consistency.
Yeah.
Class attendees had their work cut out for them. Even a simple design can take a very long time. Leah coached people by sharing that she makes mistakes on each painting and how to fix it.
And I told Leah, there's not one painting that I've ever done that I haven't done that. I've always gone back and reblacked things.
Okay.
Because you make mistakes.
Leah Yellowbird took a big risk to follow the path of an artist, and it certainly paid off for her and the community that shared in her lesson.
What do I have to lose? Well, I think you're putting a dot. I've got nothing to lose. I only have to gain, and they're reaching out for me. These ancestors are, and they're offering me something. Do I take it, or do I spit in their face? So I took it. I quit the good job, and just kind of reset myself. And I just thought, is this something? Can I actually do this? Like, is this... I'm not an artist, am I? And then I decided to stop thinking about it. And just, if the ancestors were allowing me to do it, just go ahead and do it, and keep doing it until they stopped. And then it got to the point where I was afraid to stop.
Thank you for listening to Native Art Festival, brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
Welcome to Boys Fort 90, Boys Fort history in 90 seconds. The Minnesota Chippewa tribe flag was created in 1934 because of the Reorganization Act. All 7 tribes in Minnesota utilized this flag. When the different tribes became established, it was necessary for each to have a flag of their own. The director of the Boys Fort Reservation at the time, Fred McDougall, set up a community contest to design a seal for the band. Unfortunately, no one participated, and McDougall went on to create it himself, recognizing the great importance to represent the tribe for years to come. In the middle of the flag lies the Boys Fort seal. There's a circle. In the circle, there are 4 directions, making 4 quadrants. In the upper left quarter, there are trees, representing what the name Boys Fort means, strong woods. The lower left quarter is brown, which represents the Mother Earth. In the upper right quadrant represents our sacred spirit island on Nett Lake. In the lower right quadrant is blue and has waves representing the lakes of Boys Fort. In the top half of the seal you can see 2 spirit ducks flying in the sky. That is to represent the most common wildlife found in Nett Lake. Directly in the middle there's a huge green rice stalk, and that is what Nett Lake is known for, its wild rice. Beyond the stalk of rice is an orange sun in a raising or setting position. McDougall tried to include everything that represented the Anishinaabe people and the land of the reservation. The Boys Fort Band officially adopted the seal and the flag in a council meeting in the 1970s. The seal and the flag is still utilized today and proudly represents the Boys Fort Band of Chippewa. Boys Fort 90 is produced by KBFT Radio and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. Welcome to Boys Fort 90, Boys Fort history in 90 seconds. A treaty is any legally binding agreement between nations. There were many treaties signed between the Anishinaabe and the U.S. government. On September 30th, 1854, a treaty was signed with several Ojibwe bands and the United States in LaPointe, Wisconsin, ceding their land in exchange for annual payments, goods and services, permanent reservations, and hunting, fishing, and gathering rights within the boundaries of the territory. The Ojibwe thought it was in their best interest to sign such treaties after the Sandy Lake tragedy and the Indian removal efforts of the 1850s. Over 5.5 million acres were ceded to 3 Ojibwe bands within the Minnesota Arrowhead region that included Bois Fort, Grand Portage, and the Fond du Lac Band of Ojibwe. The Lake Vermilion sector is the only part of Bois Fort that lies within this territory. The 1854 treaty still remains in effect today, and many tribal members exercise their hunting and fishing rights within these boundaries. Bois Fort 90 is produced by KBFT Radio and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
You're listening to Native Art Festival, a series produced by KBFT Radio and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. Ruth Porter is an artist, high school special ed teacher, and Ojibwe language teacher from the Nett Lake side of Bois Fort. She taught her first class on quill work as part of the KBFT Artist Series. Ruth also talked about how she learned many other traditional crafts.
I do a lot of beading and sewing, like after school on the weekends. It all started, my mom ran the Ojibwe Arts program long in the 80s, and the older ladies in the village used to gather there. I'd stand around and watch them, and they'd explain what they were doing, and they'd make florals and old time, like the rosettes and the pie-out stitch and stuff.
Porcupine quills are a delicate and sometimes painful medium.
But this was my first quill class. I was a little nervous because quill tips tend to fly, and I like that these ladies that were at the class tonight, like, they've done some crafting before, so they were a little more cautious with quills. I was just worried about, pulling a quill out of somebody. Like the quill tips, when they kind of dig in and hurt.
Tina Sadie Wasser attended Ruth's class and has worked with quills before.
I had a little idea because I worked with them before with the quills. But Ruth showed us how to get the tips, stick it in a styrofoam and then cut them. So because that was I was afraid of losing those tips.
How does one get porcupine quills? Well, Ruth shared how she acquired the quills and how she cleans them. It's not a pretty picture, but Ruth takes an unfortunate event and makes the best of it by turning quills into art.
Well, usually I pick up roadkill, and I prefer fresh roadkill that's only been ran over once. If I need to, I'll wash the quills with like a little bit Dawn dish soap. I try to stay use water as much as I can. I burn the porcupine with tobacco as an offering, and thankful that I got the quills from him, and wherever the porcupine needs to go, I just kind of believe that by giving him tobacco, he gets to where he's got to go.
Ruth prepped the artwork so that attendees only had to do the quill portion of the art. This may seem like every piece might look the same, but thanks to the beauty of quills, each person was able to create a unique piece. Here's class attendee Stephanie Werdia talking about her experience.
The teacher of the class, Ruth Porter, she had done up some, the framework for a flower. And what we did was we filled the petals in with porcupine quills. Depending on which way you pointed the dark spot, made the end result look unique, very unique. It's time-consuming, but the end result is always very unique.
Community members who attended this class were excited to be out and about as COVID-19 restrictions are slowly lifted.
I think I'm going to hang mine in my car. I don't want to use it as a pop socket. I think just visiting with everybody, kind of doing your work and learning how to do it from Ruth.
What's next for Ruth? She tells KBFT about her hopes for sharing her crafts in the future.
For me, like, I'll share with anybody about anything, for his crafting or, the quilling, the sewing, whatever I know, because I want to see it passed on. I believe, like, everybody can learn, everybody can be taught, like, just got to find their learning style. I would like to do more with it too, like, someday I hope to do, like, American Indian art. Eventually, when my youngest son is 5, I would like to, like, work at the Boys and Girls Club during the summer and teach there too, like, just share. Like, that's.
Thank you for listening to Native Art Festival, brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
You're listening to The Unexplained, a series on the strange occurrences that have been witnessed or have happened on the Bois Forte Reservation. Brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
My name is Michael Connor from Bois Forte. When I was 12, I heard actual footsteps coming up the stairway in my mom's house. And realized that when I got to the door, there was nobody there, and the lights were off downstairs. And after that, there was about 4 or 5 years. My little brother Marty, I come around a corner, and there he was. He was yelling down the stairs, "Who's down there?" And I asked him who he was talking to, and he said he heard footsteps coming up the stairways, just like I heard before. But then again, though, nobody was down there. I know there's been a few incidents where my niece had seen somebody on the end of the hallway when she was very young. I think she was like 5 or 6 years old. She says there's a man down there, so. And that's not the first time, though. Me and my brother Vern also heard somebody coming down the hallway. I thought it was my dad, but my dad was in his room sleeping. Footsteps, and the doors were locked and everything, so there was no way that anybody else could be in there. I do believe, I believe that we live in a spiritual world. My son had me come over to his house in Palmquist. He has a half-brother that was, I think he was 2.5, and he was seeing something that we couldn't see. He was looking past us like it was moving around in the room. And then he'd look at us like, you guys don't see that. But yeah, we live in a spiritual world. I believe in things like that. So on the northeast side, I was appraising timber sale. And it just felt like somebody was looking at me on a ridgetop. That funny feeling that you get on the back, the hairs on your neck stand up and everything. Made me stop in a field. And then I went to the tree line, and then I just walked on the tree line and headed back to the truck. It was in the evening time. It was getting dark. And then I shot a deer on West Boundary. And I knew I had 3 extra shells. I knew I hit it. And I could see drops of blood. So I knew where it was, where I left off. And so I went back there, and then I could see that blood trail. And I started walking up on him. And the deer stood up. I was behind the deer probably about maybe 60 feet. I had a scope on the gun, so I raised that gun and I zeroed in on that deer. He was looking at me. But we both heard something on my right side, probably about 200, 300 feet away. The deer was looking in that direction. I was looking in that direction. And I knew whatever it was, there was more than 2. And it seemed like whatever they were kind of communicating. It scared the heck out of me, so I shot the deer hoping that sound would echo, and it just went silent. And then I gutted the deer and I dragged it back to the truck as fast as I could. And I kept looking back just to make sure nothing else was behind us.
It's unexplained.
The Unexplained is brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
Welcome to Native Fest, celebrating the arts, food, and writing of Minnesota's first people.
Bonjour. Welcome, everybody. Thanks for coming tonight. Tonight we've got a very special guest, Dr. Anton Troyer. He's professor of Ojibwe over at Bemidji State University. He's also a very accomplished author and authority on all kinds of things, Ojibwe, language, culture. Again, thanks so much for coming out. This is being put on by KBFT. Please welcome Anton Troyer.
Miigwech. So, a lot of things make up identity. Human beings are really complicated, and different people will talk about different things that matter more to them. But all of these things impact it. Like race matters, but it's not the only thing that matters. My father's actually not Native. But if I started saying, yeah, for white guys like me, it's really hard to da-da-da-da-da, someone's go, huh? Because I can't really get around the way that I look in the mirror. So race matters for how we get othered, how we see ourselves. So what's on the inside is going to matter more. Place matters too. I don't know how many of you have been up to Panema on the Red Lake Reservation. That's where Tom Stilday's from. You can tell you're in a different place because, among other things, people bury their dead in the front yard. There are all these spirit houses where everybody's relatives are buried. So you can't really mow your grass. But when you step out the door to your house, there's mom, dad, grandma, grandpa, generation upon generation, and older than America. Boy, that does something. Place does matter. And especially in Indian country, or for some of our other enclaves, Amish or something like that, place matters really a lot. Language matters. Language really does make a difference. And embedded in language is a totally different way of looking at the world. And we're going to take a look at a couple examples of that just to help bring that home. Customs matter, like not just a ceremony you go to once a year, but the everyday things. Economy, and that doesn't just mean money, but like how do we get our food? Is it from the lake, or is it from the grocery store, or whatever? That's part of who we are too. But also politics, like one of the things that's distinct about Native people is we have these distinct governments, and we've maintained those over time. It's another part of our identity. But if you think about it, all of these things, these are some of the major markers of identity. They're all being challenged. We're on a path in this country where everybody's multiracial. As that happens, there are good and bad things that happen from that. But it does provide a challenge to the way that we identify ourselves today. Place, too. Some people move away. They go to the cities. They look for a job. And then they're back on the weekends. But that's just not the same. It's happening here, too. You know, Bois Fort's pretty rural. People got to hunt for jobs outside of the tribal program jobs. And it's not always easy for everybody. Language, too. Not everybody's a speaker. In fact, a place like Bois Fort, you can count them up on fingers and toes. That's not healthy, where the language is 100 years from now. Treaty 3 is in language crisis. Lac La Croix is kind of a special pocket of strength, but even there, as soon as they built the road and put in satellite dishes, the kids start watching SpongeBob in English, and next thing you know, they start talking to each other in English. Customs, too. Let's just face it, most of us buy our groceries in the grocery store. We're not really getting it from the lakes. Most of us are operating integrated into the mainstream world, not in a distinct Native enclave where we're only doing Native things. The schools where our kids are being educated are run in the English language. They're dominated by English culture, and they're taught primarily by non-Native people. So that is, aside from the hand that rocks the cradle, the most important thing in kind of shaping the next generation, the way people are going to think, speak, and act, and so forth. And our political systems, too, although distinct and still here, think about it, like most of the programs and most of the jobs are funded through government grant programs where non-native people write the rules and make all the decisions about who's going to get the money and who's not. That's really different from a nation that keeps its own army, that has a Secretary of State for dealing with the other nations. That's different from having a reservation business committee and applying for grants from Uncle Sam. So yes, we have sovereignty, but we've diminished it in some ways, externally, through no fault of our own. But internally, we sometimes enable that because we spend all our energy squabbling for the scraps from Uncle Sam's table instead of really thinking about how differently can we make this. All those markers of identity put us in a bit of crisis. Change can be really healthy. It can be good. And let's face it, some of the problems we have around here, dang, we need things to change. But change can be good or bad. Nations rise and nations decline. Communities strengthen and communities weaken. And we need to think about what directions do we want to go and then how do we script a path to get there. We cannot afford to be just passive observers of what happens because so far that has not worked out very well.
Native Fest is a production of the Nett Lake Radio Project, made possible by a grant from the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund and the citizens of Minnesota. Online at kbft.org.
You're listening to The Unexplained, a series on the strange occurrences that have been witnessed or have happened on the Bois Forte Reservation. Brought to you by KBFT, 89.9 FM, and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. Daeshun Goodsky is a lifelong resident of Nett Lake. He knows a lot about families, and he's experienced his fair share of things relating to the unexplained. In this story, Goodsky talks about seeing people walk around the village, but they leave no tracks.
There was to be, like I told you about Jaku son. Mm-hmm. They used to slide out the rocks over here in this island, Spirit Island. As a matter of fact, Gary Donald and Bill Tibbetts caught one. And they put him in a cage and he died. He got away. I don't know how. But there's sightings of people walking across the snow, walking across the lake, but no tracks. But same thing happened to my mom and dad. They used to see people coming out of the woods and they'd be walking to town. Never see no tracks. Some of the tracks that go into the snow is there, Tanima.
What about here?
I never heard of, I used to hear of ghost stories. People go through the woods but no tracks. They didn't have no tracks. Rita Smith, she's married to that Cuban down there by Loretta Porter's house, that big blue house. She's got that little house up on the hill up there. And they hear wolves back there every night. There's a great big spring back there. There's like a little lake back there, a little swimming pool. We've never seen none of that out. So I used to track all over back there. Gary Donald's settlement is right past, almost to Noski's house, right in back of King's plant, rice plant. Yeah, don't let yourself ignore your traditions, your beliefs, because of somebody else's hatred or somebody else's jealousy. Don't let that happen to you.
The Unexplained is brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
Bonjour, din Shenakas, Nimigun, and at the dam, Wabusation. I grew up here in Nett Lake. I went to the school, the grade school here. I lived with my grandma and Gijik, Dennis Gijik, my cousin. And the other thing I wanted to share tonight too was when I saw the coming of the lights. Because when I was living here on the res with grandma, there were no lights here, no running water, there was no storage, nothing. It was really poor. And a lot of the people here gave. I remember my uncle, we called him Uncle Young, but his name was Ernest Gijik. And he would go hunting, and he would come home with things, food or whatever for grandma. And that's where I learned how to start tanning. I heard the language a lot. I never heard my grandma gossip. I never heard her put down anybody in that lake. Nobody. And that's where I learned that, to be humble. And this is why I chose to go this way. Well, I should say, Achimani chose me. But I've been walking this way since I've been 17. The spirits came to me and scared the heck out of me and shook my bed. And I went right into grandma and I said, something's in my room. So as time went on, I found out what my walk was going to be. I began to learn a lot, how to behave, how to listen, how to be respectful, how to have humility. And I did that. And I always gave more than what people gave me. And we gained a lot through that. And now my great-great-grandma, I never thought I'd live this long, but I've carried my spirituality throughout, and I've walked this way. I've had men condemn me, I've had elders condemn me, but this is my walk. And I know, there's a lot of things I know, and a lot of ceremonies I've been taught to do, and even when I was down in the cities, I was down in the cities for 30 years. I went to college down there, and whenever I wanted to have a sweat lodge or go see a spiritual person, I had to travel. And I was raising my 3 children from a divorce. And I traveled all the way from the cities, all the way up to Red Lake, Boys Fort, White Earth. My dad was from White Earth. So I got to know a lot of the spiritual people, being that young. One of the things I became a drunk, I'm a recovering alcoholic. And how I became was, I have a daughter, her name was Jolene, who passed away. And she was my 3rd child. I'm a good mom. I make Indian swings for all my kids. I made them moccasins, give them Indian names to protect them before they head out in society. When she died of SIDS. And before that, Grandma Gishik and the Mo South ladies and other ones come and told me that I would be doing spiritual things. Because I don't gossip about people. I don't gossip about people, if they're running a ceremony. I don't judge. That's what I was taught. You can't do that. The only one that's holy is the one up there. So that's what I learned. I never talked about anybody. I never got into gossip. And then when I became an alcoholic after my daughter died, and I went to treatment, and this is the part I want a lot of people to understand, is that when I went to treatment, they put people in chemical dependency in the nut house, and that's where I went. The CD part was on this side, the nut house was on this side. But the thing was, they didn't know too much about CD then. And so when the CD people, we'd have to go and eat, we'd be in line. Colonization, we had to be in line. And then one day, this black guy came running towards me and he had a knife. And I didn't see that, and one of the other guys pulled me out of the way. But I stayed on because I wanted my sobriety. I wanted to find out how to stay sober. I know how to be sober, but I wanted to stay sober. But the thing was, I still hadn't forgiven the Creator for taking my daughter. And that was a secret thing I kept. And then it festered, and it festered, and it festered. And pretty soon I was on and a drunk again. And when I sobered up, I felt so bad. That guilt. So I went and seen a medicine woman. And she was from Red Lake. And she said, you have to deal with that, but you're going to have to go that spiritual way. That's how I started my spiritual journey. And remember, this is my walk. And I would never ever do anything to hurt anybody. Never. I wouldn't talk about them. I don't want anybody feeling bad because I said bad words. As time went on and I began to heal, I went to sweat lodges. And one of the sweat lodges I was in, I went to Red Lake. I went to Adam Lucia. He was the kindest man I ever met. You know, when I tell him about my daughter, he would allow me to cry and say, oh, geez, or, you know, don't be a baby. And out of that came a dream. And in that dream, this lady came to me. And she had something in a buffalo robe. And I didn't want it. I didn't know what it was. And then finally, the fourth night when she came, I finally took it. And I said to her, if I don't want this, I'm going to give it back to you. And I opened it up. And it was a pipe. Same pipe I dreamt about. Everything to the color, everything. And I felt her hair on my arms. It was like horse hair. I tell these things because it's the truth and this is who I am and how I came to be. One of the things with sobriety that I liked is that it's like our way of life. You always look at yourself. Always. Today I went out to the ceremony place. I made a dish. I talked to Ojibwe. I told those spirits, money dues, I need your help. We took a what? I said. My name is Dancing Snow. A wolf named me. I come from the north direction. That's the direction I come from. So it took me, I'd say about 20 years to find out who I am. 20 years. I've had, even down in cities when I was involved in, I hate to say that, but in politics. I had to be because I was a chair. When I was 28 years old, I was a chair of the board of directors because I opened my big mouth and I wanted to know why our people weren't getting as much as the other people. Why is that? Next thing I know, I'm sitting on the chair of the board of directors. But I fought along a lot of times for my people, for the people. I've been to many ceremonies, different tribes. And one of the things I realized too is that we're all related because we're Indians or whatever you choose to call yourself. Me, I say Anishinaabe. But I walk humbly. I never, even if someone wants to give me some news or something new, news or something, I just listen. You know, I enjoy people. I've learned to love people. I have a lot of friends that from all over Minnesota and the United States and Canada. But it was an honor to do this because I began to think about my walk. And I'm getting ready to do another ceremony. And, but you know, the thing is, the Creator always sent me somebody to come and help me. And I always kept my mind open. That's the key. Don't let that judgment get into your mind. That human side, you know, that sometimes it's good, but... And I always think to myself, how would someone feel if I was mean to them? My dad used to teach my brothers to respect women. He said, you came from one. So anyway, these are a lot of the things that I've gone through. And I still walk my walk, even though I hear rumors and stuff, but it makes me stronger because I just have to smile to myself. And I just make another pot of cedar tea. Because that's what keeps me healthy. I almost died last year when I went through the therapy with my thyroid. But all these, I drank Indian medicine. That's all I did. They gave me some other stuff, but I didn't do it. And I've seen other medicine people, and that's what got me through. And so whenever I see an elder, I always try to go by them. When I was younger, I'd go by them and sit by them and go get them coffee. You want a cup of coffee? You want some water? You want some persuasion? You want, I'd go ask them. That's what my grandma taught me. To respect. You don't have to love the person, but to respect them. There's a lot of power in that for yourself. Miigwech for listening. Kekawabamen. Minawa. Oh, I know what day I kind of forgot that little joke I was going to say. I have one more thing. I heard this long time ago, I'd say maybe when I was 17, 18, and this elder was talking, and we were closing up because we did a workshop. And he said, well, I want to say a joke, he said. So everybody was like, oh, okay, we want to hear this joke. He said there was 4 gods. You're going on a trip. You're going to go on a vacation. He said, well, where are you going to put your power at, he said. That God was thinking, I'm going to put it in the ocean, where man will never, ever, ever think about going down there. And the other one's looking at him and says, where are you going to put your power? He said, I'm going to put mine up in the mountains. He said, man won't think about going up there. Finally, that other one, he was thinking, he said, well, where are you going to put yours at? I'm going to put it inside man. He'll never think about looking in there. Think about it. See you. Go up a minute.
You're listening to the series about family history, sharing the legacy of Boys Fort band members past and present. This segment features Deshaun Goodsky talking about families he knew at Boys Fort and Nett Lake.
See, the Indians used to come down, the river, come right around Grand Portage. There was no other river to take. So that's how the Indians used to come along. They used to fish that creek in Barrett's River. They come down the Boundary Waters Canoe area. And they come up to that mountain. They all come down that. It was a snow river. But I can just about name them, like they come down all the way to Lake Vermilion. Mm-hmm. They come down the Snowbank River. You know, Harry Bones used to be one of the most traditional drum keepers in his reservation. They'd invite him to go to Red Lake, they'd invite him to go to Sioux Country, to go to Powell. And Robert Strong, Harry Bones, all the Strongs used to be traditional. Rita Smith, her dad, her and her mom. Yeah, they used to have all them drums coming from Stanjigoming. They used to have them drums coming from Fort Francis because they used to be river people. They come down the river. They don't even come no more. They used to have a feast on a Wednesday. They used to, all the people from Red Lake, from Cass Lake, from Panema, They used to come down here and smoke their cigarettes. And they'd sit around and they'd tell stories all evening. Right back here of, what's his name? Gary Donald, over in the back of that, rice plant. There used to be a little village in there. That's where Gary Donald was born and raised. Old man Good Sky lived across the field over there. He had a farm back there. It used to be plains. There used to be an Indian village going down that river. You can see it. It's still visible because right from Shooties, all them ashes are, the birch are built, are slanted like that, where people used to tromp over them. See, there was no road here. There was no road here in Nett Lake, to Nett Lake. He used to, my grandpa, Charlie Johnson, was another old traditional man, beautiful. He used to have horses. He'd keep them all dressed up. When somebody would get stuck, he'd just go hook them up and pull them out across that swamp and finish the trip coming back from the big field back over there where all the trucks are. That used to be good though. It is cool to watch.
The Family History Series is brought to you by the Nett Lake Radio Project and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. This is Native Fashion, a KBFT series about the tradition of regalia making and the people who do it.
I'm Kara Drift.
You're working on some regalia. Can you tell us a little bit about that and describe what you're making?
I'm making a fancy shawl with, the colors will be purple and gray. Hopefully it will be done soon.
Is this your first outfit that you're making?
Full outfit, yes. I have made just one shawl before for a breast cancer foundation.
How long ago was that?
About 2 years ago.
How many years have you been dancing?
About 10 to 12 years.
What do you like best about dancing?
Just being able to be out there and showing my support, to know that at least a few more people are dancing and keeping the tradition alive.
Does any of your regalia mean something?
I'm kind of making this. My grandpa, Lester Drift Sr., he passed away 2 years ago. I'm kind of making this in memory of him, I guess. He always wanted to make sure that we kept the tradition alive, to make sure that we were always dancing.
Native Fashion is produced by the Nett Lake Radio Project and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
Welcome to Boys Fort 90. Boys Fort history in 90 seconds. The Minnesota Chippewa tribe flag was created in 1934 because of the Reorganization Act. All 7 tribes in Minnesota utilized this flag. When the different tribes became established, it was necessary for each to have a flag of their own. The director of the Boys Fort Reservation at the time, Fred McDougall, set up a community contest to design a seal for the band. Unfortunately, no one participated, and McDougall went on to create it himself, recognizing the great importance to represent the tribe for years to come. In the middle of the flag lies the Boys Fort seal. There's a circle. In the circle, there are 4 directions, making 4 quadrants. In the upper left quarter, there are trees, representing what the name Boys Fort means, strong woods. The lower left quarter is brown, which represents the Mother Earth. In the upper right quadrant represents our sacred spirit island on Nett Lake. In the lower right quadrant is blue and has waves representing the lakes of Boys Fort. In the top half of the seal you can see 2 spirit ducks flying in the sky. That is to represent the most common wildlife found in Nett Lake. Directly in the middle there's a huge green rice stalk, and that is what Nett Lake is known for. It's wild rice. Beyond the stalk of rice is an orange sun in a raising or setting position. McDougall tried to include everything that represented the Anishinaabe people and the land of the reservation. The Bois Forte Band officially adopted the seal and the flag in a council meeting in the 1970s. The seal and the flag is still utilized today and proudly represents the Bois Forte Band of Chippewa. Bois Forte 90 is produced by KBFT Radio and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
You're listening to the series about family history, sharing the legacy of Bois Forte Band members, past and present.
Hausa. Bimba tu mishadim dishnakaz, minawa Nicholas de Shaw, Jaganashimo, Mikizian du Dame, and Dunjba Wasa, Janakade, Mishigaming, minawa Nongom, and Kakabe Kong, Apachiko and Migwachawendum, Jayanoma. Just saying thanks very much for having me here. Glad to be here today. I'm Nicholas de Shaw, Bimba tu mishadim, Eagle Clan. From Michigan. Now I live in Twin Cities, and I'm a descendant of Bois Forte, Nett Lake. Yeah, absolutely. So I can trace my Bois Forte lineage back to, I think, the 1850s. That's as far back as we have on the official records. And those ancestors of mine, their names were Memeno Goneash and Wendabanoki, husband and wife. And they're the last I know that had only Ojibwe names. After that, I'm not sure where this came from, but the family name became Brown. And I don't know where that name came from, because neither of those names have Brown in them in their Ojibwe meaning. And then from there, because it kind of was a series of daughters, the name changed to Gagnon, I believe, and then from there to Langren. So my great-grandmother was Alice Langren, and she was the last that I know of in my direct ancestry to really be a fluent speaker of the language, which is something I'm really passionate about. She was sent to Haskell back when it was a boarding school. From there, she had a couple of kids. So she had a number of kids, actually. One was my great-grandfather, Charles Langren, and he was sent to the Nett Lake boarding school with his brother Ernie, or Ernest, known as Ernie. And they actually hopped a train and ran away from it when they were 8 years old. And I believe that she sent them back, but they ran away again, and she stopped sending them to that. And that was kind of when I learned that story, that was kind of an eye-opening thing, because I didn't know that my family had been so directly affected by the boarding school experience, and it kind of opened my eyes a little bit to some of the stories I've heard about him. He was a tough. He wasn't the greatest father, from what I hear. He was a better grandfather, but he was still very, very loved. He had many of his own challenges, as many of our ancestors do. My dad would always tell me this really funny, I thought it was a really funny story. He'd go up from Duluth in Wisconsin. They'd go up and visit Grandpa Charles, and he didn't like stopping for red lights, I guess. So he'd lean back to my dad and my uncle and say, "Close your eyes," and just drive right through red lights just all the time, I guess. So my dad always liked telling that story, and my dad always had a lot of love and affection for his grandfather. And Grandpa Charles kind of wanted something different. The 1930s was a hard time for everyone, but I think in particular for Native people, and the reservation was a tough place to live. So he left and moved to I think he moved to Ely first, and then Two Harbors. So my grandmother grew up between those two areas, and then she went on from there to Duluth, I believe, and she went to St. Scholastica and became a nurse, and was very passionate about nursing, very passionate about children and healthcare. Especially, she always took care of us when we were young. When I was young, she was really one of the first ones to take care of us. And I don't know about, traditional belief systems in my family so much. My family pretty much, as far as I know, has been Catholic. My grandmother lived and died as Catholic, and she really believed strongly and in a good way. It wasn't something that she used kind of as a weapon that some people can, But yeah, absolutely. So I think my family is really an example of someone who progressively tried to get away from that part of your heritage. It was something to hide until like kind of I came around. My grandmother got more open with it and was more proud of it, that part of where she came from. Yeah, I've really fallen in love with Nett Lake since college. I only came up a few times, but now I'm trying to really make it a point to come here as often as I can, just to really try to be a part of this community and learn what I can. And as I have my own children, I want them to know. I don't want them to have, or to have the same questions I had. I want them to know, no, my family comes from Nett Lake. We are Anishinaabe. This is where we're from. I'm proud of it. I know this place, and I can go there, and I know I have a home, and I have a heritage that is to be celebrated, to be very proud of.
The Family History Series is brought to you by the Nett Lake Radio Project and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
Welcome to Powwow the Songs, a look into powwow gatherings in Minnesota, their historical and traditional significance, and the integral role of the drums, the singers, and their songs. And here's your host, Terry Goodsky.
Good evening. This is Terry Goodsky. I'm sitting here with Zach Hartliv at Hunting Moon Powwow, Milwaukee, 2014. Zach, could you tell me a little bit about yourself?
Bonjour, Terry. It's good to see you again, man. I give my formal introduction in Ojibwe. Bonjour, Zungiganu, Indigenous Cause, Megisi and Dude, Mushkazibing and Dunjaba. That means, my name is Zungiganu. I'm of the Megizi clan, and I come from Mushkazibing. I'm 26 years old, and I'm a youth coordinator for the Birch Hill Community House on the Bad River Reservation.
Could you tell me a little bit about, I know we kind of discussed this a little bit earlier, could you tell me a little bit about, the Buck and Doe dance? I've interviewed a couple of people earlier, but they kind of forgot some information about it,
My grandpa was a keeper of that song, Vincent Bender. He, you knew those songs that go with that. They're starting to become kind of scarce. I know a few people that still know those songs. I can catch them. I don't remember them that well myself, but it's basically just emulating that animal and the characteristics and the attitudes. So there'll be several women in the dance arena, and then you'll have an older buck and a younger buck. They'll both fight off for who gets to keep those does, so to say.
Oh, okay. All right. Could you tell me a little bit about the swan dance?
Yeah. From what I understand, I hear from my elders is that, we get a lot of our teachings from nature, and the swan is one of the leaders the leaders of the winged, and I hear that they bring the changing of the seasons, both spring into summer and fall into winter. So the seasons change. Those are they're indicator species that the change is coming. So in that dance, it's a dance for the women, and it's a kind of almost like a round dance, like a 2-beat song, and the women will go and emulate that animal. The swans, they do that, the flying V. So they'll take turns going back and forth, forming that V, and also coming back together in that straight line. They'll have the leader of the dance, which will usually be an elder, and then it just goes from there to the youngest. It's almost like follow the leader dance.
What about the fish dance? Can you tell me a little bit about that?
That's that's a dance for the men. That the swan dance is for the women, but fish dance is we're doing that to to recognize that it's time for that species to come and do their circle of life. So we will do it usually when the fish run, to celebrate that the fish either are coming or we want them to come. So with the fish dance, we'll have again an older male will lead it out, and then just kind of go down in age until the youngest one, and he'll be the tail. And they just go through the stages. They go through going upstream and laying their eggs, and then through the whole spawning process. You get to see it, and it's really fun to watch.
Could you tell me, we've known each other for a long time. Could you tell me a little bit about the hand drum songs? What they represent and what the hand drum means to the Ojibwe people.
Well, I'm still learning that. A little bit of what I know of that is, more of the, what would you say, popular culture today. We use that Cree style scratch beat, and we use those round dance hand drum songs as kind of courting songs or love songs. Try and get our snag on. Hey.
Okay. Can you tell me a little bit about your travels as a singer? And plus, as a positive role model in your community.
Yeah, I've always had this connection with the drum, starting from when I was a baby. My dad used to carry around a bass drum and just turn it upside down at night, put a pillow inside, and that would be my crib. So I always had a strong connection to the drum. I was fortunate to have this gift, and it's taken me pretty far. That my talents have allowed me to see both oceans. I got to travel from New York all the way to California, just staying with that drum. He called it our grandpa. And because of what he represents, that respect. You have to act a certain way around the drum, and that's what I try and instill in my youth that I teach. If you want to be around here, you have to act a certain way. So before we even bring the drum out, I'll talk with him, sometimes for days, before we even touch a drumstick or get to look at the drum.
Mm-hmm. Well, you kind of forgot to mention, about the fish dance and the swan dance and the buck and doe dance. You forgot to mention that before you actually do these sort of things, you guys would have a feast and would ask the spirits, to kind of bless us with the whatchamacallit of whatever animal that you were doing. That's one thing that you forgot to mention before you guys go into it's actually part of the ceremony, but you forgot the feast part.
Yeah, yeah. I partake a lot in the song and dance part of it. Yeah, but it's a big deal.
Sorry, could you kind of tell me what the drum means to you?
I just feel at home there. That's every time I sit down, I feel that Dewey gun means like the heartbeat. So I just feel really close to that. That's my grandpa.
All right. Well, looks like could you tell me a little bit more about the drum and how it pertains to your community? What actually when the drum actually came to your community, how did it change things? The history of your community, if you could.
Well, I'm not an account on it or an elder, but from what I understand, it was a time for celebration. We had our ceremony drums. From what I understand, it was like a social to more or less arrange some get-togethers for families. We almost like setting up marriages, things like that. That we call them Nimia Ding, our celebrations. So we get together, according to season or the month. We always had something going on. I just learned that not too long ago that when we moved our powwow grounds, they were having powwow at the same time in the other community across the lake. I'm from Bad River, They were partying at Madeline Island and Redcliffe, and we'd have bonfires, and they said that you could see those fires from across the lake. And I thought, wow, that must have been a sight to see, because it was before electricity was really around, and just to see that, I think that would have been something just amazing to behold. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Tell me a little bit about your roles as a lead singer. As a person that starts off the.
Well, you have to know those songs. To be a good lead singer, first you have to be a good dancer, I think. We all start there, and we all started in the circle, kind of far back from the drum, but then we get to move a little closer. If you dance, then you start to learn the songs, because you're dancing to them. Then you get a little closer to the drum, and you get to sit down and learn different beats. But then, becoming that lead singer, you already know that what style of dance to sing for. You know those beats, then you learn those songs. And some singers are really fortunate to have that gift of song making. I was blessed to know quite a few great song makers, but it takes a lot of heart, because you have to be that one that everybody depends on. You have to be the rock. Sometimes we go into contest powwows, and everybody's looking to you. What are we gonna sing now? So you got to be ready, on your toes, and just make that decision for the good of the group. Not only that, it's not just about the song. You have to take care of the singers, make sure that they're all taken care of. So there's a lot of work that goes into it. A lot of work, making sure that they're fed and everyone knows the song, and you have to trust each other.
I notice when you go to powwows, you're kind of a grass dancer. Could you explain a little bit about your style and what your outfit means to you?
Yeah, the outfit I have now was actually a gift from a lady who saw me dancing a while back. And I kind of fell off, and I just kind of went to singing. But she remembered that I danced, and she made an outfit for her husband, but it was kind of too skinny. It got too big. She she didn't want to waste an outfit, so she thought of me right away, and she wanted to gift that outfit. So she did that in that way, and I kind of picked it back up. That's the style I do. It's a little bit of a mix between the traditional and contemporary styles. From my understanding, the dance originated from the Omaha people, and it was actually a society of warriors that were wounded, and they could not dance their traditional dances anymore because there was real hard, intricate footwork. So it's a little bit more laid back than the traditional, but that's the traditional style. And then the contemporary, there's wild moves and all kinds of cool steps that you can mix up in there. That's kind of where I got that, where I'm at with that.
Well, if there's anything that you could pass on to the younger generation, what would you say to them?
Joanie dig. That means take care of one another, because a lot of things out there, a lot of outside influences, and a lot of historical trauma that we have to deal with. That's that kind of brings us apart. But that's a whole another discussion. I could go on about that for a while. But take care of each other, and take care of each other for tomorrow. Forget about what happened yesterday. Just live for today, and just love each other. Take care of each other.
All right, Zach. Well, I'd like to thank you very much, for your time and your wisdom. I'd like to wish the Bucks a very good day at Hunting Moon Powwow here. Seen the videos on Facebook and on your webpage. You guys are sounding pretty tough today. Keep the good work and keep that drum beat, hard and strong, and get those voices, rocking. Thank you.
We will. Regrets.
Powwow the Songs is produced by KBFT, Boys Fort Tribal Community Radio, with support from the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. Online at kbft.org.
This is a special segment about Native American film and media for KBFT Radio on the Bois Forte Reservation. Sit back and enjoy the listen.
Charles Holmes, Nett Lake, Minnesota.
Can you tell me a little bit about the films that you saw?
Yeah, it was very good last night. I enjoyed them all. My kids said they were kind of scary, but overall they were really good shows, films.
Is there anything in particular that you noticed about the films?
Well, there's one part in there, like workers going to an elder's house, brought back memories, tears, and one of the workers were helping her singing to the elder, and that just brought tears to my eyes because flashbacks from my daughter doing it to her grandpa. So that was very moving for me. And all the other ones were good, I liked, but they had different language, words for the animals what we have here, so it was different.
If you were to create a film or make a film, what would it be about? Have you ever thought about that?
No one ever thought about making films, but then that one of them they used Superman. That one, the theme for him. But then I was thinking, if we did make something like that, we should use the natives, the chiefs, or somebody, so it's right in our culture. But then this program it does everybody, so maybe that's why they did it that way. It's just not natives only.
What is your favorite movie of all time?
Well, favorite movies, I like the action, tear-jerkers. I can't think of, right offhand, I don't know what they are. I just know what the scenes, a couple of them are. Walk in a Cloud might be one. And Powell Highway, Smoke Signals, I like those ones. And
Dances with Wolves? No, just kidding.
Well, that's on there, yeah. We watched that a few times. I like it. And
is there anything else you want to add about the film festival, about movies in general?
No, I wish I would have came more frequent if we didn't have different appointments to miss them, because we heard the other ones were really good, and we were just dreaded missing it. And I'm glad we got this one in, the last one there, and it was really moving.
Thanks for tuning in to our special series about Native American film. This story was brought to you by the Nett Lake Radio Project and the Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund of Minnesota.
You're listening to Anishinaabe Winter Storytelling, where guest speakers share stories and knowledge passed down from generation to generation. Brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM, Bois Forte Tribal Community Radio, and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
Bonjour, Sinikwe Indigu, Eileen, Indigenous Cause, Jaganashi Morning. My name is, Sinikwe, Stone Woman, Eileen in English. Thank you for having me here. This is an awesome event. It's my first time doing something like this. What I have is a story that we've told in class. I've studied at the University of Minnesota, and where the classes are designed so that we tell stories on our own. This one I'll read, and then in the language, and then I'll offer an English translation. It is Southwest Ojibwe dialect, and maybe even it shows like some words that might even be used more frequently, like in Red Lake, for example. I'm not really sure. There's not a name on this story. Some of you may be familiar with it. It's one of the more silly stories of that, where Nenabuju is the main character, told from his perspective, if you will. Nenabuju Nagai Onabwaka Manesan. Nenabuju and his smart berries. I'll just jump right in here. Minoagiwe Nana Buju Baba Maj Gamed Eji Nagish Gawad Wij Nishanabin Eji ka Gwejmigod Nen Buj Giwi ka Gwejmin Gegu Aninda Gin Wenji Nabuakayan Misa Nana Buju Eji Nakwetawad Anana Nabuakamane Sanisa Nina Bane Namijanan Misa Eji Godenu Wij Nishanabin Anindi Dashiko Wendinamanu Nabuakamane San Gainin da Mijana Nabuakamane San Misa Nenabujeji Nakamad Ambe Wijuishin Giga Wabanda in Wendinaman Misa Eji Nakamagod How Giga Babawi Jiwin Misa Eji Jawa de Ma Megwe Kob O Wabanda Ad Ayamagadane Ginu Nabuakamane San Nenabuju Eji God Misa o Wabuzu Mikanes Miomad Jimikamanginu Nabuakamane San Oh Mina Oma Misa Nenabuju Eji Ma Minganang Enu Wabuzu Muis Eji Eninamoad Enu Oweji Waganan Misa Eji Mamod Ao Beba Gikno Amowind Aneji Jakamod Bejik Ishte Wabuzu Mue Sanasa Wino no Gawin Nabwa Kamane Sanawan Sanun Nenabuju Eji Nakwetawad Mi Guayak Gawin Nabwa Kamane Sanawan Sanun and you Mi Ajikwa Gaigin Nani Nabwa Kayan meet you. Okay, so the English version, I hope some of you understood some of that. I hope I get better at this and I'm doing it on my own and I can do better storytelling technique and all of that. The English version, Nenabuju and his smart berries. Again, it is said Nenabuju was out walking the lake when he met his fellow Anishinaabe, and he asks, Nenabuj, I want to ask you something. Why are you so smart? Nenabuju answers him, because I always eat smart berries. So then that Anishinaabe asks him, where do you get these berries from? I too could eat some berries. Nenabuju answers him, come on, come with me, I'll show you where I get them. Okay, he replies, I'll go with you. So they then go into the bush and he showed him where those smart berries were at. Nenabuju says, that rabbit trail there, you'll find those smart berries. Oh, okay, here? So then Nenabuju collects that rabbit poop and hands it to his friend. And that one that's learning so much pops one in his mouth. Ishte, he says, this is like rabbit poop. These are not smart berries. Nenabuju answers him, yep, that's right. Those are not smart berries. See, you're getting smarter already. Meet you. Thank you for listening to me, Miigwech Bisintawayeg.
You're listening to Native Art Festival, a series produced by KBFT Radio and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
My name is Nate. I'm painting, and that's what we call Paint with Nate, right?
Nate Lake tells KBFT how he got started as an artist.
What got me into painting? Man, I think actually Mickey Mouse did, Disney World. Watching the Disney cartoons, and I started drawing a lot, and then painting. I just got that love for color. So.
Nate tells us how all of his Paint with Nate classes are a little bit different.
A lot of classes I do are usually more adults, for one. I do a lot of kids classes, and they're usually outside. I guess that'd be like one of the bigger things that they're outside. It was rainy today, so we couldn't do that. They're all different. I'm trying to think of all the classes are all different. There's differences in everyone.
While Nate Lake taught basic painting skills at Paint with Nate, he also talked about other things that are important to him and his art.
Technically, it's more about blending. It's about a lot of blending. But what I like to talk about a little bit more is about trees. I like to talk about trees and how lucky we are that we have so many trees around here. A lot of people take them for granted that we don't. That you forget that people come here to see how beautiful this area is, and we live in it. How awesome is that?
Nate's joyful style of teaching catered to everybody in attendance, adults and children alike.
What this brush is called?
A big brush.
It's a big brush, yes, it is. Ding, 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 ding. Big brush. What else?
Big brush. Big brush.
Big brush.
Big brush.
Flat brush.
Flat.
For being artists, they don't have very creative names for things, do they?
I'm
They call it a
gonna
flat brush.
do the black.
That's all they call it, flat brush. So you got a flat brush, a big brush. You don't need to scoop up all of our paint like it's porridge or it's, like your Rice Krispies in the morning. You don't need to scoop. What else can I tell you?
What did they paint at Paint with Nate? Well, this attendee, named Rose, describes how the painting looks.
A sunset with a pretty pink, purple, blue background, and pine trees leaning in, like you're looking at a sunset.
Nate Loeckers not only taught basic painting skills at Paint with Nate, but he also taught the importance of having a good time while you paint.
Technically, they learn about blending. Like I said, they learn about blending. They learn what colors don't mix well with others, like the warms and the cools. A lot of times, they don't want to mix. You don't want to put the pinks in there with the blues, because then you'll get browns. We don't want brown in our sky. You learn how to handle a brush properly, how to not have it get out of control, have the brush strokes nice and thin, how to get thinner lines out of them. What else? Yeah, how to have fun. How to not get paint on your neighbor. Don't drink the paint water kind of deal.
Rose tells us her favorite lesson in Paint with Nate.
Don't drink the paint water. I find that hilarious. If you do, you'll grow a beard. Or a colorful mohawk.
Nate also teaches outside his Paint with Nate classes. He brings his love for art into everyday conversations. He reminds the people around him that art isn't limited to just painting.
No matter what you do, love what you do. Make anything that you do an art form. Whether it be you're talking. I was talking to a guy out there. He says he's a butcher. I was like, that's an art form right there. Whatever you do is an art form. Just take pride in it.
Nate Loeckers leaves us some final advice from Paint with Nate.
I think I've said this before, but it's very important, is don't be so hard on yourself.